down, come take a seat. Bit of Squires Live, ain't that a treat? Lore and laughter, games and art, a grand adventure's about to start. Through fantasy worlds with creatures untold, steampunk machines and horrors of old, mechs on the march, cities of steel. So grab some snacks and enjoy the feels. Big band, big laughs, welcome to the show. Stay while the vibes are super mellow. Art and gaming tales unfold. Join the chat, help make it big and bold. Hey! Big laughs, welcome to the show. Stay while the vibes are super mellow. Art and gaming tales unfold. Join the chat, help make it big and bold. We've got Nomish saltness and airships in the sky, epic mech battles shooting aliens in the eye, sci-fi builders and medieval plight, or fighting beasts with all our might. Silly voices trying comedic flair. Maybe Friday I'll eat a chili burger for a dare. Magic, madness, games galore. You ain't seen a stream like this before. Big bear, big laughs, welcome to the show. Stay a while, the vibes are super mellow. Art and gaming tales unfold. Join the chat, help make it big and bold.
I think the adverts are done. But those adverts seem to have happened really quickly, so I'm a little bit thrown. Also, my camera seems to have me behind some kind of like a... Kind of looks like it's just... No, do you know what? Regardless, I'm not closing the curtains any more than they are right now. Like, it's already upsetting enough how lack of the sun I can see. So anyway, Thumbs, Max, Lazarus, good morning to you. Good morning, good morning. What's the current band playing? Oh, this is just AI stuff. It's not a band. Yeah, the music at the start of streams, the music at the start and end of streams, I wanted some DMCA free music. So I just wrote some... I wrote the lyrics. But the actual music is done just in a program called Suno. Just because I wanted some DMCA free stuff. Apologies about the late start to the stream. I am very aware that it is a late start to the stream. I was trying to get some screenshots sorted for something. And I took many, and I'm just trying to get them all saved down. So yeah, I'm just trying to finish those off, and then I noticed the time and I was like, shit. And then wonderfully the camera wasn't working, so that was the thing. But it's alright, we're here now. Right, let's hit. Sorry, I am nearly. I think I'm nearly done. But to be fair, we're just chatting, aren't we? So how is everyone today? How are we all doing today? Are we all filled with joy? Filled with happiness? Filled with light? In fact, actually, yeah, we're definitely out of adverts now, aren't we? So let's go over to... Let's go over to... I didn't want... I can't remember what the guy's called. Can't remember what the guy's called. There's a dude who I listen to who has like music that I like. Max, you're a bit sad this morning. Why are you a bit sad this morning? What's wrong? If only just a bit. Is it because you've not had any tiramisu? Is it because you've not had Bovril? Because I cannot fix the Bovril problem. I'm sorry. I apologise. I feel like a failure. Why can I not organise? I swear I used to be able to organise Spotify by albums I'd favourited, and I don't seem to be able to do that anymore. That's very annoying. Or maybe I could only do that on... Maybe I could only do that on the phone, and not... I don't know. Yeah, because it's not backing track I want to listen to. There's someone else who I can't remember their name. I can't remember their name, but they do really good. They do really good music just for in the back of streams. It's not Stream Beats, and it's not backing track, and it's not Harris Heller. It's someone else. I wonder if I can find them. Maybe I can find them another way. As I see, we got good. Expected more of that dish you spoke of. More of that dish you spoke of, but can't spell for the life of me. What, tiramisu? Tiramisu. Ah, yes. If you can spell the tiramisu, you can have. Spell the tiramisu, rule the tiramisu, control the tiramisu. Bovril. Bovril. Bovril, there you go. There's the spelling of Bovril. Bone marrow tea, as we like to nickname it. Yes, Bovril. Tiramisu. I love this. Just this is what this channel's going to turn into. It's just people not understanding the words that I say. And then I get very self-conscious about the way I speak. It's going to be fantastic. Max, you spent a few days with a lovely friend who came over from Germany, but now he's gone and you miss him. Oh, that's good and bad. I can definitely see the good side and the bad side to that, Max. Like, if you've enjoyed your time with someone, I get that. Yeah, I 100% get that. But it's good. But I see what you mean by it's kind of like a little bit sad, because then you're also kind of like, but I did get to have a fun couple of days. So that's good. We like that. Thumbs, we need to craft a Bovril slinging trebuchet to get supplies across the border. I think I'm sure there must be a way. There must be a way we could do it where it's not ridiculously expensive. I'm sure somehow we could figure it out. I'm so annoyed that I can't remember the name of this guy who makes music, which is like DMCA free. But the frustrating thing is I can't even describe it, which makes it really hard. Makes it really hard to even say to anyone, do you know this? Because I don't even know how to describe it. I just know in my brain that I like it, but I can't describe it, which doesn't help anyone. I understand that doesn't help anyone. What I kind of need, I'm sure if I started looking through some playlists, I could probably find the music. but it potentially requires me to look through a lot of playlists in an effort to try and find it. So we may end up just going with something else, because I'm not going to waste everyone's time now trying to find the music that I'm thinking of. Yeah. It was kind of heavy. I seem to remember it being kind of heavy, kind of synthy, and so it wasn't something that I would play all the time because it was kind of heavy. And I just haven't got a clue. Haven't got a clue. Right. Let's just go over to Harris Heller and let's choose one of his older playlists, because I don't know how much I enjoy his newer stuff. If I'm perfectly honest, I don't know how much I enjoy his new stuff. But I used to listen to his old stuff a lot. You also forgot how expensive Milan is. You went out for pizza and spent €60. Things are getting expensive, man. They're getting so expensive. I was noticing it with because like you guys know, I've like not been having takeaway recently. And so I'd had like 3 weeks with no takeaway. So I had a pizza last week. And this was just takeaway pizza. And it's since I last ordered from these guys, which would have been over 3 weeks ago, maybe, you know, because I don't always order from the same place. Let's see what this sounds like. It was really, I very noticeably was like, oh my god, this is more expensive than it used to be. Like everything had gone up by everything had gone up by like 50p or a pound and stuff, which doesn't sound a lot, but when if you order a few bits, already sudden there's like an extra £5 or £10 on your bill. So yeah, pizza. The pizza was okay. It's just that Milan has crazy prices. I'm trying to remember. There's a place not a million miles from me. Does Milan have one of these things that I'm seeing popping up across various cities, where Milan charges like tourist tax for people who've come from outside of Milan? Because I keep seeing that, like, we've got like places in the UK that have started charging tourist tax. Generally around the coastal cities and towns and stuff. Lazarus, you're currently planning to move in with a friend from another province due to city prices creeping up and up with no end in sight. Yeah, living alone now. Living alone is definitely not a cheap thing. What is this? This is the residence. Sorry, I've not got a million of these to do. I've got about another 8, and then I'm done. And then we can crack on. The problem is because I've got so many copies of just basically I took a load of screenshots, I put them into MS Paint, but because it's MS Paint, I can't like do layers, so I had about 30 or 40 copies of MS Paint open. So I definitely want to get them all closed. Don't want them open all day. Even though combined, they probably use less system resources than Critter on its own. But it's Thumbs, you had a burrito, fries and soda at the weekend and it was nearly 25 quid. It's getting crazy. Yes. Yeah. Like the I'm gonna have to watch it, because there was a part of my brain on Friday. Going, I haven't had takeaway for the last 3 weeks. So I don't mind if this takeaway is a little bit more than it normally is, because I've saved on 3 weeks takeaways. So this one's not even going to come close. You know, this one, even if it's a little bit more pricey, it's still saved a whole bunch of money. You know what I mean? Like, so that's where my brain was at. But the basically, I added like my mum loves ice cream, so can't always get ice cream, but can get a milkshake. So I ordered her a milkshake, and so because I ordered her a milkshake, I ordered myself a milkshake and just like gave her the milkshake. But the milkshakes were like 6 quid each. So all of a sudden that's 12 quid on the bill. So when the bill came in for the takeaway, I was looking at it going, oh my god. Mextron, hello. And also Mextron, happy birthday for yesterday. So yeah, like the takeaway bill. And then, as I said, like the takeaway bill last week. So my takeaway bill last week, right, was £40. The takeaway bill was £40 last week, which I was kind of like, holy crap, I don't feel like I've ordered many different things. I don't feel like I've ordered. So I ended up going through the bill, and then I took the milkshakes off, and I was like, okay, the milkshakes were £12. So those I wouldn't normally do. So take those off, it takes it down to 28, but I was still like, it's £28 for this takeaway. And that's when I was saying before about kind of like loads of bits have like gone up 50p or £1. And all of a sudden ordering like 4 or 5 bits, if each of them have gone up £1, that's a £5 on top of the bill. So yeah, it's crazy that takeaways feel like going out for a meal nowadays in terms of the cost. Like I dread going out for a takeaway. I dread going out for a meal, because if I'm feeling that takeaways are pricey, then restaurants must be horrific. And Max, you think it's just Finnish, but now it's everyone, not just only tourists. Oh yeah, Max, in terms of like the tourist tax, like when I see cities talking about like tourist tax and stuff, I'm like, how do you know? Because like when I talk about tourist tax, like, you know, there'll be people like, so there's so like Liverpool, which is not a million miles away from me. You know, it's a city that's, you know, over on the coast, and they're introducing a tourist tax for anyone who's come from outside the city. And you just kind of like, how do you know? So it must just be for everyone. Like, actually, like, so yeah, so like in terms of like these tourist tax, I'm sure it just gets charged to everyone, but they call it tourist tax so that the people who are getting charged higher prices are like, oh, those tourists hiking up prices. I don't really get how they police that kind of thing. It just sounds like people putting up prices and wanting you to blame someone else. Lazarus, back in your day, Province was the cheap one of the two, but it's currently just swapping population with yours, and now you got to swim against the current. Where I used to live, was considered. It's gentrification, isn't it? Like where I used to live was considered. If you went back, like the 10 years prior, if you'd gone back 10 years prior to where I'd lived, it was considered like somewhere you didn't go. Like it was dangerous. You didn't go there. You were gonna, you know, get stabbed, shot, whatever. It was essentially where people who were like, it was like a poverty-stricken area that was just all crime, and all that kind of stuff, and that's kind of like the way it was viewed about 10 years prior to me going there. But then it just became gentrified, and so by the time I got there, it was like really hip and cool to live there, and like there was loads of bars and restaurants, and but what comes with that obviously is the prices just go way up. I loved my old apartment. I think I've said this before, like I loved my old apartment, but my old apartment was not cheap. It was not cheap, my old apartment. When I eventually moved out of my old apartment, it was, I think the rent, and I think it's even higher now. I think the rent is even higher on my old apartment. But the rent on my apartment was pushing towards £900 a month. And I was perfectly happy. I think part of me liked it because it was my space. I really want my own space, and so I think part of me was a little bit forgiving of it. But it definitely was not anything special. It was just a 1-bedroom apartment, and it was quite expensive for what it was, but it's just like the area had just become more and more in demand, and that was that. And I'm sure for anyone who lives in the south of England, they're kind of going, 900 for a 1-bedroom apartment? I'll take 5. But, you know, there you go. I thought I had a thing. Sorry. I am nearly done with these, but I keep trying to like get these. I'm getting these done, but I'm very conscious that the moment I look to get these done, I'm not looking at chat, and so I'm kind of like, which one am I looking at? I also need to sneeze. And like the place where I used to live was very close to the city centre, so I wonder if it was not an entirely dissimilar situation to what you were describing with being near Amsterdam. Like I was close enough to Manchester city centre. I was about 4 miles. I was about 4 miles out from Manchester city centre, so I used to walk to work. I used to walk home from work every now and then. I didn't tend to go in because of time. So like it was close enough to walk. And that obviously means that like public transport and, you know, all that kind of stuff was great. So it was very accessible to the city. So a lot of people moved there because it was super cheap. 20 years ago, it was super cheap. It's now not super cheap. It's now quite an expensive place. Even the old expensive posh city of, I apologize if I butcher the pronunciation of the city, Maastricht, I don't know. Over their province is just kind of detrifying without the violence. So the prices are going down while yours are going up, and it flipped a few years ago in expenses. Yeah. Thumbs, actually going out for a meal is so expensive it terrifies me. One of my mates was talking about going out for a meal, and I was like, hey, we always said we were going to try this restaurant. He went, we can try that restaurant. He went, but it's really expensive. I was like, oh. And by the fact that he was saying it's really expensive and he earns quite good money, I was like, oh, okay, maybe we won't do that then. Only the KT was wrong. It pronounced more of a harsh H. Oh no. Me. Okay. I could spend ages trying to do it properly. I'm probably going to keep messing it up and just embarrassing myself. But yeah, what I've noticed, and this is one of the weird things. Do you know what? One of the weird things that if you tried to explain it to someone younger, if you tried to explain it to your younger self, you know, if you kind of say, you know, that line of, you'll understand when you're older, And it's such a patronizing line. It's such a patronizing line when someone says to you, you'll understand when you're older. And then when you get older, you kind of go, oh, I think I understand. I think I understand why they said that. Like looking at areas getting more expensive. Like the way it's worked around Manchester is I grew up in kind of like quite a middle class area. I grew up in quite a middle class area and saw a lot of the areas that were a lot cheaper and in a lot of cases more run down and stuff like that. And in the time I've been working age, it's amazing to see like all those areas that were considered dangerous and run down and all that, like kind of like poverty stricken and all that kind of stuff. Just every like three to 5 years, people with money start moving into those areas because they're so cheap, and they're so much cheaper than like where they came from, and so they move into those areas. And but they won't do it all at the same time. It'll be like this village here, they'll move into this village, and then they'll keep moving into this village until it becomes too expensive, and then they move to the next village over. And so slowly but surely you're watching in Manchester how like like watching an infection in a zombie movie, and you're watching all the things slowly but surely get taken over. And the zombies move into the areas, and slowly but surely all the areas start changing color and becoming more expensive. It's like watching a zombie movie from a satellite. And yeah, and so you end up getting to a point where you're like, oh, that place, that village is still considered a bit rough, and part of your brain goes, but should I move into that village now? Because in 5 years that village is going to be worth, like, do you try and get ahead of the current trend of where it is to move into? And it's kind of weird watching Manchester and how it's changed in terms of how it's got more and more expensive. For anyone who's not followed the channel for a long time, like about halfway through COVID, eventually I had to change what I was doing work-wise because it just wasn't working. And one of the things that I had to do, because of my income kind of going down significantly, and by significantly I mean almost entirely, I ended up having to move back to like my mum's house. So we now live we live in the same house, and like we share the expenses. So a little about like what you were saying was you were going to move it. You're looking at moving in with one of your friends to share the costs. I've basically done that with my mother. But what I also find interesting is coming back here and then like seeing her finances, because she's stayed in the place where she's always been. Is this place is so expensive that she kind of kept it quiet, but she wasn't really meeting the costs. And so by the fact we can now split the costs, we kind of just about keep it at an even keel. But yeah, like just everywhere has just got so expensive. Population moves and so does prices. Yeah, and it's, as I say, part of me, if I remove like any of my personal requirements and experience in regards to it, I find it really interesting, like looking at how areas change and grow. I think it's the, do you know what? I think it's the city builder in me. Like if I put my gaming head on, I think it's super interesting looking at all these areas and watching how they change. I'm like, oh, they should put a canal in there. Where's the beavers? They should have a bridge. They should chop down those trees, because then they could make some... Wait, no, they can't chop down the trees to make more houses. That's not how it works in the real world. Lazarus, your parents bought a house for 300k and they could sell for over $1 million. Yes. Yeah, the house that I'm in now, she's owned for longer than that, and so she's got like a more extreme version of that. Like they bought this house for 60k, and it's probably worth, if it was in a really like if it was done in like a properly maintained state, this would probably be worth 1 million. It's not, because it's not been maintained. It's not been maintained, but it will probably be worth 1 million. Yeah, and they got it for 60. Yeah, she got it for 60k, like back in the 80s. She was actually telling me. She was telling me, and this is like interesting, isn't it, about house prices? Like going way back. She was telling me about the first house that they bought when she was together with my dad. She was telling me about the first house she bought in Manchester, and so we're going back probably 40 years. Sorry, not 40 years, 50 years. We're probably going back 50 years, because I'm over 40, so it can't be 40 years. Going back 50 years. Are we on ads? Oh, man. Well, tell you what. We just not doing it then, are we? We'll wait. I tell you what. Hang on. There we go. What was I doing here? This was a... And then what we can do is we can switch over to the art screen, and I could do some proper artwork, can't I? I think we're about back now. At least OBS is telling me we're back now, so we should be back now. But let me know. Are we back from ads? Are ads done? Are ads finished with? Have they been banished for however long I've got it set to? I don't know how long I've got it set to. Ads are gone. Sweet. So what I was saying was, so going back probably 50 years. My mum was telling me about the first house that they bought in Manchester. So there's a bit of a divide with Manchester. Kind of North Manchester has historically been a lot cheaper than South Manchester. And when they first got a house, they were in North Manchester. And their first house, going back 50 years, cost them. Now, people who are based in the UK are going to be sick right now when I say this. But their first house was £3,000. Their first house was £3,000. To which I said to her, I was like, "Oh, was that like I said to her, I was like, "Oh, was that like a, you know, like a 2 up, 2 down, a terrace house?" I was like, "Was that a terrace house?" No. It was a 3-bedroom detached. 3-bedroom detached house, and it was £3,000. And I was just like, what? What? To which I was just like, what happened to this house how are we not property moguls? What happened to this house? She went, oh well, we moved we moved to South Manchester 10 years later. And that was only 50 years ago, guys. That was only 50 years ago. Just wild. Absolutely wild. And funnily enough, and I'm sure many people will have experienced this conversation with their parents, but having the conversation with her about the disparity between the increase in property prices and the increase in salaries, how they're just how they're very unbalanced. Like, you know, we'll have that conversation, and she'll just be like, but you make so much more money. It's like, yeah, but house prices have gone up so much more. What's this, in the 1200s? Unfortunately not. It's, yeah, it is. It's but I think what's interesting about that one as well is I think that also kind of highlights the difference in prices just based on the area you live. So like I was saying, as I said, like North Manchester, they were able to get that kind of a house for £3,000. They moved to South Manchester, and granted it was about 10 years later, but South Manchester, the house they bought cost them 60. And when I say the difference between North and South Manchester, we're talking about 15 miles, and both pretty similar distances to the city centre. But I think one of the things back then was people didn't value as much being near the city, whereas I think now people value much more their commute being easier. And so they will choose somewhere that's closer to where they work, whereas back then, not as much. Thumbs, your parents' house cost 3k when they bought it in 64, yeah. 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 Like, but I think I don't think I even want to look up. I don't think I'd want to look up how much that £3,000 house is now, but I can probably guess. That £3,000 house is probably about 350 or 450k, probably, if not more. Dan, North Yorkshire has some nice single floor houses that are cheap. Been considering one as a holiday home. Look at Dan. Look at holiday homes. Holiday homes. Ah yes. Well, during the summer, I like to change residence to the north of Yorkshire. I can't abide being in southern Yorkshire during the summer. No, I must go to the North Yorkshire into my second home. Oh dear. We all know Beard lives with his mum, so he can say, I live here because it's the only place I can afford to live right now. And as I said, this place would only be worth a lot of money if it was maintained in a good state. It's not maintained in a good state. It's not worth what it should be, based on its location, unfortunately. Also mean that even if that mentality is snuck in, some people don't have to. European programmers have just spread over the cheap rural areas, and it wouldn't take much of a dent in their efficiency. Yeah, work. I think that's something that. So okay, so when I was having to work when I was having to go to an office, when I've been working in office, which was, previous 15 years to what I do now, commute was very important. But yeah, now there's the work from home mentality. Though there is a bit of a push on that now, isn't there? I've known a few of my friends who still work in offices. That mentality has switched a bit because the offices are now kind of like, no, you've got to go into the office. Like the guy I used to do the contract work for, freelance work, sorry, not contract work. The freelance work I used to do for the guy, he was always keen for me to go into the office, and I was like, why would I do that? Why would I add 2.5 hours to my day? That's not gonna happen. But yeah, the work from home stuff does give people the opportunity to move to cheaper areas. Like, where I'm trying to think, somewhere. Hang on, I can't remember. Do you know what? I might be about to describe the same place that you are, Dan. I can't remember what actual county. What county? Oh no, do you know what? I think I am about to describe exactly where you were describing. I just couldn't think whether it was the same county or not. Because I was thinking around... Oh wait, so hang on. So Middlesbrough is considered North Yorkshire. Am I thinking of... Wait, what's Sunderland classed as? Is Sunderland North Yorkshire, or is that just over a border? But anyway, northeast of England. I know a handful of people. Who've kind of like started buying property in northeast of England because it's not near London and because it's not near Manchester. Like, it's still kind of cheap up that way. I know some people who've bought properties either to go and live there, because they can work from home, or I also know a handful of people who've started buying properties up that way for renting. Is that all the pictures done? Have I got all the screenshots ready? Sweet. Right. Screenshots are all done. That's all out the way. How long did that take me? God damn. Just editing. Just like, and when I say editing, that wasn't even proper editing. All I was doing then was literally just like cutting out the crap. Just tidying them up and saving them down as PNGs. It's taken me like an hour. Oh, to be fair, I've been talking too. Sunderland is Tyne and Wear. Is it? Oh, okay. Okay, so it's just it's probably easier for me just to say the northeast. I know, because I know some. I could just remember one of them was Sunderland. I know some of them have been elsewhere, but I couldn't remember exactly where. So there's probably bits on either side of the border. But yeah, so northeast of England. I know a few people who've started like buying stuff up there. Max used to rent in Milan almost 20 years ago. It was 600 per month. Same price as about 2,000 per month now. The centre of Manchester. So this was one of the reasons where I used to live became a lot more expensive, and it was because the centre of Manchester became a lot more expensive. Like my rent where I was, as I said, by the time I left, had become quite expensive. It got up to about 900 a month, which for where it was expensive. But it was still cheap compared to living in the centre of Manchester, because there was some of my friends who did live in the centre of Manchester were paying about two grand a month on rent. The people who were paying that much though generally had incomes elsewhere, but yeah, they were paying like £2,000 a month to live in the city centre, which would have been amazing. Like, it would have been amazing to live in the centre of Manchester, but not for that much money. Working from home can be one of the greatest threats to both high and low building prices. Yeah, office buildings are expensive. Yeah, I mean, the office that I used to work in is gone now. I say gone. The office building is still there, but there's no one in it because we've completely moved out of it. But to be fair, that wasn't due to like people working from home. That was just due to a lot of downsizing. But expensive building to get rid of. How is Birmingham nowadays, and how did it change since Peaky Blinders started running as a show? Funnily enough, a lot of Peaky Blinders was filmed in Manchester. There you go, fantastic fact for you. Quite a lot of Peaky Blinders was filmed in Manchester, because we have we still have cobbled streets, and we have like the viaducts and stuff. But yeah, Birmingham. I've not actually been in Birmingham for quite a while. It's been a long time since I was in Birmingham. I feel like Birmingham should be... I don't think Birmingham is necessarily a nice place. It's better than it was. But what's really weird about Birmingham is it's like in the centre of everything. And so it feels like it should be way more prominent. Makes sense. Not since you ran with the black. Yeah, that was me. Yeah. If only I could pull off a flat cap. There's actually a bar in Manchester which I think is called the is it called the Peaky Blinders, or is it called the Cheeky? I can't remember what it's called. But there's somewhere in Manchester playing off the name. I tell you what though, just coming back to that office building thing though, do you know what's really weird about office buildings? Office buildings are really expensive and all that kind of stuff. And like, you know, there's lots of like working from home stuff, and people and like a lot of companies are like, oh, you need to go work in offices again. But Manchester has got so much construction going on. We just keep, like, the centre of Manchester just keeps on building apartment blocks and office buildings. And in a lot of situations, no one moves into them. Don't quite know what's going on, but it's a bit weird. But yeah. Anyway, right, okay. All those bits were done. So let's grab... Sorry, I'm just reorganizing the desk a bit so that I can get the tablet. Have I made this lower? I don't think I intended to do that. Let's do... you don't have to pull it off. You could just pull it off as being able to wear it and look good. You can just tip it and take it off in less violent way. Especially the razor in there can be dangerous. Yeah, razors. I mean, if I did have a flat cap, I think I would be okay with not stitching razors inside. I think I'd be all right with that. I think I could. I live in a way that I don't necessarily need razors inside of a flat cap. That's all right. Dan, have we voted, Beard? Have we voted? Have we voted? What have we voted? What have I forgotten? go over here. There we go. For the Gov. Or you're not opposed to vote? Oh no. The I've always gone and voted in person. Bloody hell, confused the hell out of me. I was like, where am I supposed to be? And then when you said voting, I was like, is that today? Because it is a Thursday, isn't it? And to be fair, voting normally happens on a Thursday. Actually, when is voting? When do I have to go and vote in person? Voting in England 2025. When do I actually have to go in person? Didn't you know it's vote day? Wait, it's today. Wait. Am I supposed to have gone and voted somewhere today? If I know, it can't be. We don't. I haven't had a thing. I haven't had a poll card come through the door. Wait. Bless you, Biv. Take it. Dude, I've literally just loaded up a page that says that there's actually a vote today. I'm reading a thing right now on ITV that says that people are voting today on stuff. Wait, this isn't for everywhere, is it? 20... Wait, hang on. There's 23. See, I'm always right, even when joking. Even when you're trying to make a joke, you just go like, "Oh shit, I've actually told you the truth." So essentially, you've punked both of us, is what you're saying. The 23 local authorities holding elections: Cambridgeshire, Derbyshire, Devon, Gloucestershire, Hertfordshire, Kent, Lancashire, Leicestershire, Lincolnshire, Nottinghamshire, Oxfordshire, Staffordshire, Warwickshire, Worcestershire. Sauce. And then Buckinghamshire, Cornwall, Durham, Northamptonshire, Northumberland, Shropshire, West Northamptonshire, and Wiltshire. In addition, Doncaster. None of those are me. Okay, I don't need to be anywhere today. I don't need to be anywhere today. It's all good. It's all good. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, no, that's why I didn't notice it. So there we are. Oh dear. I need to do a proper clean of these glasses after stream. To be fair, even if I had not gone and voted yet, I could just go after stream. It's not that far for me to get to the polling station. Like my local polling station is almost at the end of my road, so it's like a 5-minute walk. So wait, Dan, have you voted today? Now, have you ended up joking yourself? Are you meant to have voted today? Although, is it difficult for you to keep track, Dan, with all your multiple holiday homes? Are you just like, oh, I don't know where I'm supposed to vote. I have so many homes on my list. You cannot confirm or deny if you're in a voting zone. Very well. Very well. Okay, right. What are we doing? We are doing the thing. I want to get some more sketchings. Sketchings prepped for... Where the hell did I save this thing? I definitely saved it. I just can't remember where I saved it. Oh, I think it was this. That's why you have postal vote. You can't possibly do 10 votes at a time. And that's 10 votes for like, that's not how many properties, that's just how many votes you need to do. If you have multiple homes, can you vote in multiple places? No, you can't even. God, could you imagine if that was the case? As a student you can. Wait, can you? Can you as a student? I thought you had to. I thought you could only do it as a student. You could only do it for where you were registered. I thought for a student you could only do it in one place. But yeah, can you imagine if that was, you could vote in as many places as you owned properties? God damn, we would be, I mean, it feels like we're already run by landlords, but we would be run by landlords, wouldn't we? If you're a student, you can vote in your area you're living currently and where your home is. I thought you had to make a decision as a student. It's been a long time since any of my friends have been students, but I thought they could vote in either, but they had to choose which one they were going to vote in. But anyway. Right, you can go away. Unless you cheated for 4 years. Oh. I wonder if you cheated, because my understanding was UK as a student, where do I vote? Stop Googling. I am the Senate. In fact, no, we need that. We need to do that differently, don't we? UK as a student. Let's see. If you're a student, you may be able to register to vote at both your home address and your term time address. However, this does not necessarily mean you can vote more than once. So it depends where you are. It seems really weird that a student would get 2 votes. In fact, I wonder if maybe you can vote in both for local elections. Maybe that's the difference. I'm sure I would be amazed if a student could vote twice in a general election. Maybe that's it. Maybe in like a general election you only get to vote once, because it would be weird that a student would get 2 votes in a general election. But maybe when we're talking about voting for like their local council, maybe that's when they get to vote for both. Maybe. I don't know. You cannot confirm or deny if you only did 1. Just leave it as you cannot confirm or deny if you did 1 or more. Not even that it was 2, just more. Just all of the votes. All of the votes. Dan is in control of the UK. There you are. Oh, do you know what I do need to keep an eye out for today? The window cleaner. Yeah. Just assume everything I say is a joke. Tell you what, so there's no ambiguity, mate. There you go, just for you. There you go, just for you. Enjoy your meeting, thumbs. I think I want to try and work out the tactical rock today. Actually, no, I don't necessarily want to work out the tactical rock. I was trying to do something similar. If I had this. Let's give me another thing. So that's going to come down. Never understand what these lines are for, but I want them gone. Then I'm going to do that. Actually, kind of, I want to show that those are different, don't I? I kind of want to show that those are different bits, so realistically I actually need that like that. Just so that we know that they're like foreground and background. Like that. One thing I have realised is if I keep doing this, slowly but surely all the colours on the colour picker are going to disappear, because those colours will always be there at some point. So colour palette, oh wait, no, that won't work. Hang on. Actually, should I put these? I probably should separate these out, actually. Let's get rid of this. Because one's a bit more foreground and one's a bit more background. So we'll make this not like that. Won't do it like that at all. Mid-ground sound. So yeah, that'll be when we start doing details on those. Obviously, it'll become more apparent that they're separate. And then I need to work out exactly how I want the tactical rock to look. Not really decide on that, but it's going to be... Because I also need to think about the fact that it's going to need to have the capability of having 2 people on it. So actually to the degree where I might bring the tactical rock lower, so tactical rock might come down to about there. Because wait, what are you? Hold on. Oh my god, what are you? Or is it because of... Hold up. No, that's not there anymore, is it? Alright, hang on. Hang on. Is this anything? Is anything on you? I don't think there is. Get rid of that. Right, that should be in there. Okay. So what I was trying to say was I need to be conscious of when there's going to be 2 guys. Yeah, that tactical rock still kind of works, doesn't it? Maybe if I have a bit here, because obviously we're desperately trying to cover up feet, because I don't need to worry about drawing them. Which is a shame, actually, because I probably draw feet better than I draw hands, but I can't really cover up the hands. So we just have to deal with that. It'll be okay. It'll be okay. My next dude's here, that's alright too. Oh my god, cheap viewers deny. I saw a new kind of bot chat going on last night in Rook's chat. In Rook's chat. There were bots coming in and they're changing up the way they talk to you. Like, he had a bunch of bots come in yesterday and they were a bit relentless. There was quite a few of them. But there was a bunch of bots that were coming in going, hey, your chat looks really quiet and dead. If you want your chat to be more active, come to us and we can give you all these viewers. Or like, I think one of the bots came in. And said like, it looks like your stream's failing. If you want your stream to flourish and grow, like, so they're changing up the way they're saying stuff as well. Like, I seem to still be getting like the ones that just say, hey, do you want cheap viewers? I seem to still be getting them. And yeah, I say, like, there was one, I distinctly remember one of the phrases that a couple of the bots were saying was like, your chat's really quiet and dead, come get new things. And then there was one that was like, your stream seems to be failing. And it was just interesting to see, just like, they were very much like, kind of like trying to make him feel bad. Because the turn's the turn's getting bad. Yeah, like, oh no, I completely get that they have to come up with new things. It's just, it was interesting to see that they're now going with like trying to make you feel like shit. Like, they used to be like, hey, we can do things for your channel, and the ones last night were like, do you know you're a failure? Do you know that you're never gonna make this work? Come talk to us. And well, come talk to us and we'll sort you out. But yeah, they were interesting tactic to see, like, why did, because I've said this before about bots, like the ones that we've had all the time, like the one I just had then, which is just like, hey, get cheap viewers, hey, get the best viewers, like those ones. I'm kind of surprised that anyone ends up clicking on them, because I feel like by now everyone should know that they're just a scam. And so this new mentality of essentially negging, it's essentially negging the streamer to make them feel bad, to try and like win your approval. It almost felt like that, which is a bit weird. Oh, has Lazarus got ads? Tell you what, we're having proper conversations today, aren't we? There you go. There you go. We're on this screen now. I get to do this now that we're on this screen. We'll wait a sec. We'll wait a sec. Ooh. Okay. Right. Need to get something else in my clipboard right now. I just realized that what was in my clipboard, if I accidentally copy and paste. There we go. Cool. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Hello? Hello? So, not a terrible time to save anyway. Not a terrible time to save. Let's close this a second. When it starts doing this, it's usually worth closing Critter and opening it again. Are we out of ads? We're out of ads. There we go. Ads are done. We're back from ads. Mextron, you had one come in saying ghosts have more life than this chat. Yeah, I think Rook had that as well. Yeah, I think Rook had one of those where it's saying, yeah, ghost has more life than this chat. It reminds me. Wait, what layer are you on if you're not on this? Where have you come from? Did you come from the color palette? Okay. It kind of reminds me of like the scammer tactics. So obviously I've been talking about scammers a bit recently because they keep trying to get my mother. And yeah, they like the whole thing of like being aggressive to try and get people to do stuff. I mean, it surprises me it works, but I suppose it must work because, you know, they do it. So I suppose it must work for some people, which is a real shame. I think it's a real shame. But seeing it now happening in like this whole getting bots to watch your channel thing surprises me greatly that it would work on people like, rightly or wrongly, I kind of get how it can work on older people, but it surprises me that it would work on streamers who are, you know, streamers for the most part are younger. So it surprises me that it would work on them to like just start talking shit about their channel. Yeah. I'd be surprised how many fragile minds out there that genuinely believe what they read. Yes and no. Like, I'm not surprised that people fall for these things entirely. I'm surprised that people fall for it on Twitch because it's such a well-known problem. I'm surprised people would fall for it on Twitch. Like, I don't think and to the degree that I don't think that I've ever seen a channel. I don't think I've ever seen a channel on Twitch where like the streamer's been like, oh, that's something that sounds like something I need to do. I've never known a streamer like that. But I always caveat this with it must work on someone, otherwise they wouldn't bother doing it. You know, they'll hit 10,000 people if it means they get one of them. Like, I understand that. I understand how scams and fraud work. Like, I completely get that. Like, I've had to like know about it from like a professional point of view away from this. So I get how it just surprises me that it's still such a prevalent thing when it's such a well-known thing. You know, like I say, like I have to deal, like my mom got really upset last week, you know, with a guy who was shouting at her on the phone, trying to get her to do something. So I understand like that is still going on. It surprised me on Twitch because I feel like on Twitch it's very well known that those viewer things are just not real. One of the other things I'm curious about is I wonder how many people get caught out by those links that come up in chat. I wonder how many people get caught out, not from the point of view if they want to sign up, but like that they go to the link out of curiosity to see what's there. Like I wouldn't even go to those links because I'd be like, I'm sure if I even went to that link, it'd immediately start downloading something or whatever, or try and take over my PC. Like, so I wouldn't even dream of even going to look at it. But I'm sure there probably are some people who maybe they get caught out just from the sheer curiosity of going, I wonder what's actually at that link. I wonder how they actually get you. And then they get got by just going to the link. Sometimes just visiting the link can compromise you. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. So even just going to it out of idle curiosity, I wonder if they get more people doing that than they do getting people like trying to buy the viewers. Dan, you got a creator network one. We will help you get millions of subs. Agree to this loan for our help. Nice, brilliant, good. So is this... Wait, Dan, is this why you've come back to Twitch? You're just waiting for all the followers to fall in. Discord's bad for links. I've not had too many problems with Discord. Though I do get a lot of friend requests on Discord from just like completely unknown accounts, and I'm just like, no. What are you doing? What I do find interesting about the ones from Discord is they always seem to have this. It's very common which Discords we have in common when someone sends me a friend request from one of them. And just to, like, it's happened a couple of times with my Discord, people joining it and then messaging people. So I'm not like they're saying, oh god, they're really shit. Like, it happens, but there does seem to be a bit of a common there is a bit of a common thread in terms of where those like bots are coming in from. Virus Total is a godsend, but the link sounds sus. It's a site used to check files and sites for viruses. Yeah, virus. Do you know what though? That to me is very much like Malwarebytes. When I first came across Malwarebytes, I did not use it. And I saw people going, I saw like people on like YouTube recommending it, going, hey, go to Malwarebytes. And I'm like, you want me to download a program that's called malware? For quite a while, I was like, don't know how I feel about that. That doesn't seem like a good plan. Yeah, naming conventions are important. But yeah, I am always like anyone who messages me, even people I know, and like, it's not trying to be a dick, and I hope everyone appreciates it, but like, even if you reach out to me, say on Discord, I am always going to be a little bit wary, because best will in the world, I don't know if your account's been hacked. I don't know. So even, if someone sends me a DM, I'm always kind of like, why are you sending me this DM? What are you trying to get me to do? Everyone send Beard a link DM. Do it now. How dare you, Dan? How dare you? How dare you? Lazarus, you mean virus scanners can be malware if they prevent you from doing things you're trying to do legally, like play a video game? Yeah, virus scanners can be tricky with just how much they want to control what you're doing, yeah. Because at the end of the day, malware is just... like, the very basic definition of malware is just, I'm going to stop you doing things. Or I'm going to collect data. I'm going to stop you doing things. I'm going to make you do things. And sometimes you're looking at like legit programs going, wait, hey, whoa, that program's doing everything that I said they're not allowed to do. Max, you got Malwarebytes installed, but you only run it every now and then for a mega scan. Yeah, I have Malwarebytes. I don't run it all. I don't have it on like a regular... I tend not to put things on like a regular scan. Like, I don't tend to put a scheduled scan on, just from the point of view of, I can guarantee if I put something on a scheduled scan, it's going to do the scan in the middle of me trying to do other things. So I tend not to put schedules on those kind of things, and just try and make sure every now and then I do a proper manual scan. Hello. I don't know what I'm doing with that worm right now, but the worm's there. Oh look, that's the colours of the base. The base is so far away. The base in my picture is not going to be that far away. The base in my picture is going to be way closer. It's going to be right in your face. It's going to be right in your face, it is. It's going to be right here. In fact, I don't think I like the angle of that. I think I'm going to change that. If a small child was software, then it would be malware to the parents because it's doing something they shouldn't or wouldn't want you to do. That feels meme worthy. Children are malware, doing things that you don't want them to do. Serious question, Beard. What do you think of the Tempest Rising situation? Oh, I didn't know there was a situation, dude. That's how much I follow Tempest Rising. I didn't know there was a situation. What do you think of Tempest Rising situation? It collects information from your PC, and the company website says they sell your personal data. Knowing nothing more about that situation than what you've just told me. So I might be missing really important things, but I would wonder whether they are just they're just doing something that everyone's been doing anyway. Like, I've noticed quite a lot of games recently, quite a lot of games that I've looked at recently have had a splash screen right at the beginning where they've kind of said, hey, are you okay with us collecting your data? Like, I can't say every game I have played in the last 3 months has had that splash screen, but a lot of the games I've played in the last 3 months have had the splash screen at the beginning saying, hey, we're collecting your data. So I wonder whether with like the Tempest thing, is it more a case of they're doing something naughty, or is it a case of they're just doing what everyone's doing already? It's a bit like Bellwright. Like Bellwright on their Steam page, they actually have in their product description, they kind of go, hey, we use AI in this game, but eventually we do want to replace the AI with properly made stuff. And like, I've seen some people go, oh, Bellwright uses AI, and it's like, is it just that they're being honest about it, and actually a whole bunch of people are using AI in their games? Like in terms of like the collecting data stuff, I imagine a lot of games are collecting data. I could be wrong though. I could be completely wrong, and it's just like they're doing something that no one else is doing, and they're selling your data. I don't know. Um, Ash, I mean, is it as bad as the Pokemon Go situation? Was the Pokemon Go situation awful though? Like again, like I feel like, because like the Pokemon, if I understand correctly, the Pokemon Go situation was, it turned out the game was collecting your movement data to, was it, wait, am I remember, was it to help build the map, or was it to help build a navigation model for like a TomTom type thing? I can't remember which one it was. But yeah. The reality is that everyone's collecting your data. That's kind of what I'm saying, Max, is kind of like, is it just that they're being honest about saying that they're collecting your data? Like, how many people are collecting your data and not telling you and hoping that you don't notice? This is why some, like, when we get into these kind of conversations in the past about, you know, people collecting your data and selling your data or trying to keep your data private, a lot of the time I don't super worry about it, because the thing that I've always said about my data, like, and let me be abundantly clear before I go into this statement, I would love it if people didn't collect my data and sell it if I'm not getting a benefit from it. If I'm getting no benefit from them doing that, I would prefer them not to do it. I'm also very aware that I can't stop them, because I have been on the internet since the late 90s. I have, as a young boy, I have probably put my personal data in places on the internet that were never legitimate, but way before we ever knew, and don't anyone dare claim that they knew back in like the late 90s or early 2000s when they were about 12 that they had any thought process about where their personal data was going. None of you even dare claim that you knew at the beginning. No one knew at the beginning where their data... No, Dan, don't start saying that, because I'm supposed to ban you. Like, can we just not do that? Like, it's one of the things that Twitch gets really on board with. Don't do it. Don't write that statement. It's like one of the most heavily regulated statements on Twitch, Dan. I'm supposed to ban you now. I don't even know what to do with that. Anyway, right. I'll have a think about what we do about that. But nothing is serious. No, but Dan, you can't do it. Like, have you ever seen like Pirate Software's reaction to that statement? Like, Pirate Software reports you and bans you, and like Twitch takes it really serious because it's like a government thing. No, but Dan, it's not. It's like they've got like Twitch like automates that shit. Like, it's too late. It's too late. Like, because it's like one of the things that's like a government thing. Like, you've got to be careful yourself. Twitch, don't do it. I don't know if Pirate Software takes it too seriously. I don't know if he does. I just know that he says that's something that they automate there. So I tell you what, here you go. Here's a test. Here's a test. Maybe both mine and Dan's Twitch is going to get deleted now. We'll find out. If I'm here in a week, then maybe he does it too much. Anyway. What was I saying? What was I trying to say? Yeah, I've been putting my internet. I've been putting my internet on the data. That's what I was trying to say. I've been putting my data on the internet since the late 90s. So me having any kind of expectation that my data hasn't already been collected and distributed to every corner of the world, I don't think I could have any kind of expectation on that in any way, shape, or form. I just don't. So when I see games saying, "Hey, we're collecting your data," I can definitely get why it would be off-putting if Tempest is saying we're collecting your data and we're selling it. I can definitely see why that would be off-putting. Typing your 21 is dangerous. You might get randomly shot. Mistype. Well, I mean, guys, just to clarify, this is why a lot of channels are like super stringent on no one talking about their age in chat, because they just don't want to have that problem. That's why they're like that, because Twitch apparently takes it super seriously. Anyway, yeah, if Tempest are actively saying they're selling your data, then I'm very happy that they are completely open about it. If anyone's that bothered, don't install Tempest Rising. Yeah, don't install Tempest Rising. If they've actively told you that they're collecting the data, then just don't play the game, I think. You know, there's... I'm curious, I don't even know how... I don't even... If they're selling your data... I don't know how many other places are selling data. Like, I think you'd need to know how many other companies sell the data that they collect. Is it a company that's making massive profits? Or is it a company that is... That's how they're paying for... That's how they're keeping their game at a lower price? I don't know. Without knowing like the income and income and expenses of that studio. But yeah. You're under NDA, you get sued and fired if some PC data ended up on the net. Yeah, but Dan, that's something. Then in which case, don't play Tempest Rising. Don't play Tempest Rising then. And you have it. I mean, like Dan, like this was like the whole problem with it was Adobe last year, wasn't it? Adobe last year. I think it was Adobe was saying that they were feeding the work that people had made on their programs into AI, and that conversation came up there where people were like, but what about when I'm working on stuff that's under NDA? Like if I'm working under NDA, you're breaching the NDA by collecting the stuff. So I mean, in that kind of thing, if you're I mean, I suppose it depends on how seriously do you end up having to like take the NDA. How seriously do you have to take the NDA? Like, if you have to take the NDA so seriously and you're worried about the data going elsewhere, do you then use a separate machine? Like you'd have to do that. Like if you want to play Tempest Rising, you'll have to do it on a different machine to whatever you're doing the NDA work on. Beard start a 3K goal for a new PC. Dude, I'm still in the situation. Like, you'd have to do that on your own channel. If you want a new PC, you have to. I'm not raising your money. I'm not raising your money for your new PC. But that's the kind of I think what you find a lot more nowadays is that and also sorry Doc, hello, good morning Doc, and also thank you for confirming the bit that I was trying to say before. If I think a lot of what happens nowadays in terms of data privacy and how it's used and where it goes and all those kind of things, I think what we are learning a lot about now is it's not that these things it's not that these things are now happening, it's that people now have to tell us that it's happening. So realistically, you should have always been protecting your data. Just in the past, we didn't know we had to do it. So I don't necessarily think it's people have now started doing it. It's just that they have to tell you they're doing it now. So yeah, if you want to, like, this is why people realistically should have separate gaming PCs to their work PCs. You should have all these things, which obviously is a lot of money. I appreciate it's a lot of money. That's why I have one PC. But if you want to get, if you're bothered about where your data's going and all that kind of stuff, you need a whole separate thing. May I get a new PC as well? This channel. Apparently this channel is now just funding everyone else's PCs. I'll just slowly descend into poverty, but everyone's walking away with new PCs on this channel. Ash, you could do with the new GPU. You use encrypted containers, you have to log in 3 times to get to your work stuff, yeah. But you know Windows added a screenshotting tool so they can screenshot your work and you can't stop it. Well, stop using Windows then. You can complain all you want about this, but then stop using Windows. Like, either you have to accept that these things are happening, and potentially the company you work for has to accept that these things are happening. Do you know, interestingly, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened with the Adobe thing. Because like there was the whole bit of Adobe was saying, like obviously the whole Adobe thing was like, yeah, but if you're feeding NDA stuff into your GPT, your GPT model, your AI model, but then it seemed to disappear. Everyone seemed to stop talking about it. But again, I come back to the thing of, like, I think a lot of what you're seeing now is not that they've started doing it, just that they have to tell you they're doing it. And if you feel like the NDA is not in, if you feel like you can't follow the NDA, then you probably need to go have a conversation with whoever you got the NDA with and say, look, like what you're saying there, Lazarus, like some stuff doesn't work, only works with Windows. If you've got an NDA and you feel like Windows is stopping you from doing that, then you need to go and have a word with whoever's got the NDA and say, look, these guys might be taking the stuff and there's not anything I can do about it. How do you want to approach that from the NDA point of view? And Ash, you've only got a 3K series. What, for your GPU? I only have a 3K series as well. Yep. It's doing a sterling job right now. This is my PC over here. I'm not just putting my arm over here for anything. My PC's over here, even though it disappears. I'll end your DA. Sure, Doc. Yep, whatever. Yep, okay. This is... Doc's just doing a Joey Tribbiani thing of like, I can make anything dirty. Beard raises the money now. He has in a year till the 6k range. If Beard raises money now, Beard's money is just going towards bills. That's all that's going. That's I'm not even. If this GPU fails, please don't fail. If this GPU fails, that's just the stream gone. That's just the stream gone right now. But yeah, so anyway, coming back to the initial headline and question of the Tempest situation, I wasn't aware there was a Tempest situation until you mentioned it to me. I was looking at playing that at some point, but I'm also trying not to buy many games right now. So yeah, I don't know when I would have got to Tempest anyway. I suppose part of the question, you know, if you want to know why Tempest are doing it, ask them to explain what data they're collecting. Why are they selling the data? And I would be amazed if they're not collecting the same data as the big studios. And I'm sure, do you know what? I reckon the big studios are probably selling the data as well. So, yeah. I just think it's one of those things where they're probably falling into the trap of trying to be as honest as possible. Whereas other people are probably keeping quiet about what they're doing. Is my thoughts. Oh, and do you know what? Because we're obviously talking about raising money and money going towards paying bills, Just Eat has sent me a notification going, hey, do you want 50% off ice cream and sun cream? Thanks, Just Eat. Thanks. I don't think I could eat sun cream, though. Yeah. Anyway, so Tactical Rock. Tactical Rock is going to go about there. There's going to be a base over here. There's going to be this here, and then this image. They've got like like planets in the background. I probably will put planets in the background. Do you know why? Because then it's less for me. It's less for me to have to prep. Means I don't have to think as much. I don't have to think as much about what's going on. Little bit, hello, little bit. Oh, we've got ads in a minute. So for those of you who have to watch ads, we will stop talking again. You won't miss anything. He screams, she screams, sunscreen. If you're screaming because you're using sunscreen, I think you're using sunscreen incorrectly. If you thicken the lines for a short part just before they meet in the middle, you got crosshairs. Right? Right. Oh, wait, I'm on the circle tool. Well, the circle tool, that's not going to work. Oh, no! I'm doing this on the wrong layer. Oh, what a twerp. I don't want that there at all. Separate layer. Moons. Moons get their own layer. They're big enough. They're big enough to have their own layer. Right. And then I do that. And then I just bring it about. It was about there, wasn't it? So then we'll put that there. And then that also nicely forms a bit of a background to the characters when they're on there. There were two moons though, weren't there? There was another one. I mean, I presume it's moons. That one, I can't work out. Like, is that ice? Is that a better place than Arrakis? And then there's one over in the corner. We'll have another one over. We can have another one over in the corner. In fact, the one over in the corner will nicely frame the background of the base, of where I'm going to have the base. So all the bass, no treble. It's all about the bass. There we go. Oh, no, no, we won't. Or not. Wait, what? What is wrong with you? Hello? Hello? Why are we, Wait, what? Hello? Apparently I can't draw on the screen anymore. Why can I... Oh, you twit. How did I don't even know how I did that. Don't even know how I did that. But there we go. It's alright, I figured it out. Ignore me. Ignore me. Figured it out. Tactical rock, you can go away. Just while I fill that bit in. In fact, when I do one of these, I might actually just copy it over to the other one because I don't think anyone will really notice. You guys will know, but you won't tell anyone. You won't tell anyone, right? Good. It's not a moon, it's an ice cream. Oh god, we're nearly... Do you know what? You know when I said I wasn't going to torture an ads? You're not missing anything. It's fine. You're telling everyone that I'm going to copy the moons. That's... Thanks. Thanks, guys. I value your assistance in these things. It's much appreciated. Love, kiss, kiss. Bum, 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 bum. So I might change the... I might bring the worm more facing forward like it is in that image. I think from the side, I don't know if it'll really work. I don't know if it'll work how I want it to. Right, okay, we're getting a bit of a better idea. A bit of a better idea how this is all coming together. And... oh, sorry, how it will come together. When realistically, what I'm supposed to have been doing is finishing off the sketch. Finishing off the dude. Finishing off my very, very fancy dude. I'm going to change that for... I think I'm going to go with a sword. I could go with a knife, but I'm also basing this a bit on... I'm mostly basing this off the movie. So this... while this is not an accurate representation of a movie still suit, it's the one I've got the screenshots of, so that's what I'm going with. But it's not an accurate so like in the movie they have much smaller piping going on, whereas I think it looks cooler with larger piping, so that's why I've gone with larger piping, because I think it looks cooler. And then in the movies, obviously, like I like the I was saying yesterday, wait, not yesterday, because yesterday was Wednesday. I was saying Tuesday. I was saying on Tuesday that I like the scene. I like the scene where the Atreides and the Sardaukar are fighting, and they've all got their swords. They've all got their swords. And so I was looking up yesterday the Atreides sword. And so I'm probably going to end up doing that here. Though I appreciate, like in the majority of the movie, I think Paul Atreides during the movie uses a knife rather than the Atreides sword, which is what I was thinking of initially, which is why the sketch has got the knife. But I think ultimately I will use an Atreides sword. He's given a knife. I really want to watch the movies again. I really do. I really want to watch the movies again. I can't wait. Like, I've not bought the I will try and buy the Blu-rays of them. But I'm also holding off buying the Blu-rays of them, because I figure if I'm going to buy them, I'd rather like just buy it all as like one big box set rather than trying to pick them up piecemeal. Though I also do have that concern of, we were talking, I think it was Thumbs saying that they was it Sony are no longer producing Blu-rays anymore. I think it was Sony are no longer buying. You know, they have plans for 2 more films. Yes, that's why I've not bought them. That's exactly why I've not bought them. Because I wanna wait and try and buy a box set, which I realise will take a long time. But yeah, I think it was Thumb saying that Sony aren't making Blu-rays anymore, and it's not just like Sony movies, but I think he was saying something like Sony are the people who make Blu-rays for the other people. Like they make the blanks that people work off. So them not producing Blu-rays anymore possibly means we won't have just Blu-rays in general, I think. I don't know though. I want to see what happens with that. So I might never have all the Dune movies as a box set. It just might never happen. But yeah, that's exactly why I've not bought them. Well, it's not exactly why I've not bought them. I also don't want to spend money. I also don't want to spend the money right now. But I am very conscious that there are going to be more movies, so I don't want to be buying singulars and then like going, oh, there was a box set on the way. Ooh, you'll burn them to Blu-ray. Hey, well, you might not even be. Have you got blank Blu-rays? Stop. I believe. Please read up on everything I say on this stream. Please read up on these things. Don't take anything I say as gospel. But yeah, apparently you won't be able to buy blank Blu-rays anymore. So if you are a Blu-ray burner, feels like a job title. You might want to stock up. because you might not be able to get blanks anymore. One of the other things that's also kind of like made me step back a little bit from my Blu-rays is I've still not got round to setting up this room in a way that I can actually watch my Blu-rays. I also need to do that. But I really liked the new Dune movies. I know they weren't everyone's cup of tea, and I'm you know, we don't all have to like the same movies. I know we really don't. That's the beauty of there being lots of different types of movies. We don't all have to like them, but I really liked them. I really liked the latest Dune movies. One thing that does bother me about them though is I wonder if I do end up watching them at home, will they lose some of their majesty by being on a smaller screen? You know, like if you saw when you saw Star Wars on the big screen, like Star Wars on the big screen is more impressive. I think I've said this a bit before about like if I'm planning on going to the cinema nowadays, there's a lot less that I want to see at the cinema, but there are certain things that I'm kind of like, I need to see that at the cinema because I think it benefits from being on a giant screen. The Dune movies being one of them. You know, like space operas I think definitely benefit from being on a giant screen. Whereas, you know, the latest Fast and Furious movie, I don't really care whether I see it on a big screen or not. I don't think so. You watch them at home on like a 55-inch TV, still good movies. I mean, I've got like here, like you guys obviously don't. I realise I've just pointed here. Guys, can you not see what's over here? Can you not see what's beyond my screen? I think this is a 52. I think this TV is a 52. So like I've got a big TV, which I don't use, which is really stupid. Like I don't use it. Like it's just the problem is because my life is here. This side of the room is very wasted because I never look at this side of the room, which is which I say is part of the reason why I need to try and figure out if there's a way I can reorganize all this so I can start doing things like, because like this TV, this big ass TV, I've got a Blu-ray player for it. Like I have a Blu-ray player underneath it. I just never use it because it's not convenient. And I'm not saying that I would, like, if I watched Dune on a smaller TV, I'm not saying like I'd be like there going, oh, this is now a terrible movie. I'm not like saying like, oh, it's a terrible movie. I just wonder whether it would lose a bit of its majesty. You can see it, yes, but Doc, that's probably because you have secret cameras somewhere. So Dan, sorry, yeah. To clarify, it only affects Japan. I wonder if they're using Japan as a testing ground. Like, if it works out okay in Japan, would they then make it global? Like, when I say it's going away, I don't mean it's like going away by the end of 2025, but by any means, I don't mean like it's going away by the end of 2025. But I wonder if it's just that is the indication, is that this stuff is going to start, if they're starting to phase it out, does that mean I need to start panickingly collecting Blu-rays? I feel like I'm not representing that curvature well enough. Let's do that. I mean, I already worry about, like, you know, like the move to streaming. I think I've talked about this before as well. but it's vaguely related. Like, I have picked up some Blu-rays and DVDs recently, just because I'm very aware that some of the stuff that I know I want to watch in the future is not available on streaming. So I've picked up a few bits. You know, like, I did pick up Masters of the Universe a few months back. And I picked up Space Above and Beyond, but that, I mean, that was on DVD, but I did pick up Space Above and Beyond. And I picked up Tank Girl when they did the Blu-ray of that, because that's, I just don't think that will ever be on streaming. But there are a few other bits. Like, in terms of modern stuff, I'm sure at some point more up-to-date things will disappear from streaming as well. Productions going to America to avoid tariffs. Well, the thing with Japan, I mean, when I can't remember exactly when Thumbs was talking about it, but Thumbs was talking about it. It might have even been like 6 months ago. Like, it feels like it was before the threat of the tariffs became too prominent. Like, I'm sure business-wise, people have been talking about it in boardrooms for a bit. But the announcement from Sony, I think, was before the tariff stuff was more public. And as you say, it could just be that the sales of those things in Japan is just not worth it. It could just be as simple as that. I'm gonna get rid of mine. It's annoying me. This is what I do. I should be putting this arm in place. This arm should be happening. This arm should be going in place and happening. But I almost know that I can't think. Right, I need an Atreides sword. Atreides sword. Do you know what? The Atreides sword. Do you know what? I think I've realised why the Atreides sword appeals to me so much. And I think it's because it's the kind of sword I would draw years ago. I don't know if I even have copies. Like, just how far back I'm going. I don't know if I have copies of, like, the swords I used to draw. I'm going back to, like, the days where I just used to do everything on MS Paint. I wonder if I still have them anywhere. I don't think I do. I don't think I have them anywhere obvious anyway. But yeah, I think part of the reason why I like the Atreides sword is because it's how I used to draw swords. Good night, Mexitron. Good night. Thanks for being here. Although, do you know, I don't know if that person's modelled that right. I feel like the crossguard on what they've done there is seems too large. Hold on. Hold on. Don't talk to me about Chris knives. I'm not after a Chris knife right now. I suppose it depends how closely someone would actually look. How I want it. Or I've got to change the way I've drawn the hand, which we all know I do not want to do that. I do not want to change the way I've drawn the hand at all. Give me that. Today's stream, the plan for today's stream is to do artwork all day. Which, I know, there's people going, but what about Star Trekker? I'm thinking about Star Trekker as well. But I also really want to get this thing, like my aim for this thing was to get it, at least all the sketch out before the weekend. Like if I get, because in terms of like a speed thing, like I'm trying to hold myself to a point of, I need the sketch done by the end of the week, so that then next week I can get all the background color done by the end of the week, and then try and like break things down into weeks. I don't know if I'll get that all done, but that's kind of what I'm aiming for, and we'll see if that works. So I would like to get all this sketch done. So we might, I mean, I'm even thinking about tomorrow. I'm thinking about maybe doing some artwork tomorrow as well. Like, that's a possibility. Hello, Yana. How you doing? One of us, one of us, one of us. Oh my. Oh my. Thank you very kindly for your dear one subby. Much appreciated. Enjoy an ad-free life. Enjoy having some emotes to play with. Enjoy the warm, fuzzy feeling that you get from knowing that you have supported this channel. Please know that I do not, based on earlier conversations that we've had during this stream, please know that I do not directly collect any of your data or pass it to third parties. 17 months. That is a lot of months. that's exactly what someone who does those things would say. No, no. You see, that's the whole point. That's the whole point, Doc. The people who are doing that have to say they're doing it. Or at least they're supposed to be. I don't think they're allowed to actively say. I don't think they're allowed to actively say they're not doing it if they are doing it. They could just choose not to say anything at all. I don't think. I think I would be in a lot of trouble if I said I wasn't doing it and I was doing it. But I could also choose not to say anything at all. I might have to, I think what I'm going to have to do, which I kind of was trying to avoid, but I think I'm going to have to for this to make sense. I was trying to have it like being held loosely in the hand. But I think what I will have to do is, I think I'm going to have to bring it more that way. And it'll have to cut across the leg. And I think I'm going to accept that it's cutting across the leg. Which means I'm going to have to get rid of some of the leg. That's okay. And I'm going to commit to it. Although, am I going to commit to it in a way... Might need to wait. I kind of wanted it held loosely in the hand, but the more I'm looking at it, the more I don't think I'm going to be able to do that. If it's coming through, let's grab another layer. If it's coming through the hand. Fingers, moving it there. Let's get rid of that. Bring that back. A little bit of perspective on it. Maybe that. No. So that line can run there. Like that. Max, GDPR compliant. Indeed, yes, GDPR compliant. God, I hate that. It just reminds me of my old job. Oh dear. So, I'm part of the reason why I'm also choosing the Atreides sword is because, well, I am fortunate from the point of view of I like how the Atreides sword looks. But one of the nice things that helps with drawing the Atreides sword is it's actually quite a minimalist design. The Atreides sword is quite a minimalist design, which I like. So I'm kind of I'm kind of fortunate that I like the design because it is simple. It is a simple structure, but it also makes it really frustrating that I'm messing up drawing it because I'm there going, this is a really simple shape. You should be able to draw this in seconds. Anyway, that's just me getting angry with myself. What time are we on? It's 11:45. Blooming it. All right. So, actually, I think, do you know what? I think this is going to come out a lot further than I currently have it sketched, which... It's coming out further than I had it sketched, which is good and bad. And that's in place. I don't have to finish that now. It's more just, I kind of just wanted it in place for the angles. Where are you? Oh. I just wanted it more in place for the angles, so I knew I got the angle right. That's more what I cared about for that than trying to get it. What layer have I put you on? What layer are you? You're there? I don't need you anymore, thank you. So the angle for that would have to be like that. Which is fun. Which is fun. Squire sent you an SS. I have no idea what an SS is. From Oblivion you have. Think you'll make it laugh? Okay. Am I going to laugh? How would you like me to laugh? Would you like me to go? You think something's bugged? Oh. Yes. Yes. Whatever's going on in your game right now, I think we can agree that's not what's meant to be. Oh wait, screenshot. There we go. Okay, the SS. Now I realise which is the screenshot from Oblivion. Yes, whatever is going on in your game right now, I do not think that's what's meant to be happening. Yana, you're going to start your lunch prep. Enjoy your lunch prep. What have I got today? For lunch, I have leftovers, which I'm going to put in a wrap. That's what I'm going to have for lunch today. But agreed, Mr. Holiday. That is not what's meant to be occurring in your game right now. That person appears to need many more parts to their body than what is there right now. Where did I put? Oh no, I've lost my layers again, guys. I've lost my layers again. Where are you? You're not what I wanted. Are you what I wanted? Oh no, that was the big beard. That's the beard that I intend to put on the front of this thing. Is that the... Wait, what's this one? What was this one? Oh, was this me taking a copy? Oh, look at me. Look at me being sensible at some point. Apparently I took a copy of that. Oh, I don't need that. Oh god. Right, one sec, guys. I've got... What are all these layers? Wait, so that... Oh, that was when I did just a random sketch. I don't need that anymore. That can hide. That can hide. That can hide away. This... Oh, that's when I was drawing that sword. Yeah, okay, right. So that can go away. That can go away. What were you? That was the beard. That can go hidden for a bit. That can hide. Wait, I had a... Oh god, have I got rid of the... There we go. That's what I wanted. Right. Oh, I just didn't do this arm at all. Never mind. Never mind. That sketch is not going to help me in any way, shape or form. Because apparently I never sketched this arm in. Oh dear. Forget it. Forget it. It doesn't matter now. It's all done. It's all done. Ivan, hello Ivan. Are you crazy? I don't know. Are you a crazy Ivan? Or would the angle of the sword generally match the angle of the knuckles unless he's sort of loosely fiddling with it? So that's exactly what I am making it harder on myself. I make it harder on myself because I was saying before, I kind of want it very loosely held in his hand, or not, like kind of at that point where you're like, if I let go of this anymore, it's just going to fall out my hand. So that is me. This is me making it harder. I could make it way easier on myself and have it in a tighter grip, and then yes, it would follow the line of the knuckles. But no, it's me trying to make things harder on myself by saying I actually want it in a looser grip than yeah, he's meant to be in a bit more of a relaxed pose, kind of like he's going to be looking out across the deserts. He's supposed to be looking out across the deserts in a bit of a relaxed pose, and so yes, the sword is meant to be in a slightly more looser held angle, which is why yes, it's not following the knuckles. Yeah. And welcome in. Welcome. Wait, hang on. Did I just say all that during adverts? Did I say that all just during adverts? Am I even the streams I'm trying to make harder on myself? Even the streams. Sorry, I think I just said that all during adverts. Everything is... No, not everything is an advert. I think I just said that all during an advert. So sorry. If I did, Ivan, hi. I am actually trying to draw it with a looser... You heard it. Oh, brilliant. Good, good. You heard it. I literally, just as I finished talking, I looked up just to see the advert banner disappear. And I was like, what a pleb. What a pleb I am. Okay, cool. Right, if you saw that, we don't need to worry about it again. Welcome in. Hi, and now we're going blurry. Camera, work with me here. Everything else is failing. You could work with me. Oh, now we've gone into ads. Now the ads are here. Now the ads are here. It's been a long day. It's been a long day. So the banner that I saw disappear... The banner that I saw disappear was ads are coming up, turning up. Artessa, I would love to say hello to Artessa, but there's a solid chance that you're watching ads right now. This is my life. This is my life. Right, apparently I never planned out this arm. So... More ads. No, I don't think it's that there's more ads, Dan. It's not that there's more ads. It's that there's a banner telling me that ads are coming in 5 minutes. And I think that's what I saw go off the screen. The problem is, because they're exactly the same colour, and I didn't get a chance to read what it was actually saying, it's not that there was more ads, it was that the ads are coming and now the ads are running. Actually, that should be... So this arm, this shoulder's here, this shoulder's here. So it's not double ads, it's just here's the prep for the ads, now here's the actual ads. We out of that? Right, okay, cool. Right, now we're out of ads. Now we're out of ads. Hi. Hi to everyone who turned up in the last 5 minutes of me having no idea if anyone can see me or not. Am I invisible? Am I the invisible man? So, Artessa. Artessa, hello as well. Ambro, hello. We're all here now. We're all here. We're all one big happy family now. Boom, 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 boom. What was I saying before ads? I can't remember what I was saying before ads. I've already forgotten. Memory like a sieve. See, this is part of why I will typically do gaming in the afternoon, because the morning, by the end of the morning, my brain's already frazzled. So I want an arm like that, which means the cloak can come over here. So this cloak's going to be a bit more... There will be a cloaky bit here, but it's going to go behind the shoulder. So there will be a shoulder pad there. Then the arm's going to come down here. Shoulder will come around the back there, and so that cloak will end up cloak. So all of this area will be cloak. And then with this one, we'll probably have cloak coming down here. So all of this will end up being cloak. Because cloaks are cool, guys. Cloaks are cool. So all of that will be cloak. I don't know if I'll take it any lower. I mean, maybe. I'll see, Joe, I'll see how it looks. I'll see how it looks when it starts coming together. I don't know if I'll make it a longer cloak or if I'll keep it up there. Anywho. And then the big question now is, how do I hide this hand? What do I have to do to hide this hand so I don't need to worry about drawing hands? You know, we kept this one relatively simple by just having a loose hand. How do I hide this hand? And also, how do I draw this forearm so it actually looks like a forearm? Limbs, man. Why do we have limbs? Why do we have limbs? Everything from now on is just going to be R2-D2. Everything. Everything from now on, we're just going to have R2-D2. But even R2-D2 has limbs. Even R2, but let's have a world. Let's have a world of relatively simple robots. How do I make everything R2-D2? And then we don't need to worry. No more limbs. Simple. However R2-D2 looks like. See, this is... Oh, man, I would even have to practice how R2-D2 looks like. That's no use, is it? Right, back to figuring out how to draw this forearm. Oh dear. See, you've been taking pro streamer trips. Wait, what did I do? What did I do that Rook did? Dan, you were saying you needed 3K for a PC. No. You said you needed 3K for a PC. I did not. I said I needed 3K to pay bills. Those are two very different things. You lost it in Glorious Combat. What? I'm just holding up a stump. I'm just holding up a stump in the air defiantly. Originally I was going to do binoculars. But I don't know if I'm going to end up doing binoculars. Kind of like scouting. Like, if I do the binoculars big enough, I also need to look up the binoculars for June. I don't know exactly what they look like, but I seem to remember them being a lot of electronics. So if I did the binoculars like that, then essentially all I have to do is draw the fingers on the top. So we can kind of get away with those. And then the binoculars can come down to about here, and then we don't have to worry much about hands. We don't have to worry about many hands at all. And then because we have binoculars, we can just be like, hey, look, the hand is behind the binoculars. And then we're good. You see? Then we're good. Then we don't. Then that's how we're going to hide this hand. We could have We could have this. We could have binoculars, which I have seen. I have seen in the streams that people make binoculars, so we could use binoculars to hide the hand. They also have a build tool. So we've seen this in the streams as well that people have done, is they have like a build tool, which is kind of, looks a little bit like a gun. And it's kind of that shape. It's got a bit of a triangular bit going on. Also, just on the side note of June, next weekend, I think it's next weekend, is the open beta weekend, where you are allowed to stream the open beta thing. So we're going to do that. I say I'm going to do it, and hopefully you guys want to see it. Because I'm going to do that next weekend. So that's what I want to do. What am I doing? Wait, hang on, start again. I think it's next weekend. Wait, have I got the right weekend? Next week. Yeah. So 9th to the 12th, they're doing an open weekend. This is obviously not going to be finished for that. This is not going to be finished for that at all. But next weekend, I'm going to stream. I'm definitely going to stream the open beta. They appear to have said that there'll be about 20 hours of content.
A new challenger has entered the arena.
Ivan Malvin just followed.
Apparently, see, here we go. So apparently Ivan is very excited about the open weekend, and then so has followed definitely for watching the open weekend content. Thank you very much for the follow. So we're going to do that next weekend, which does mean I'm going to be doing a lot of extra streams next weekend. In fact, I need to have a think this weekend about whether I'm going to stream less during the week. I don't know if I need to. As long as I'm thinking ahead, I'm usually okay with doing extra streams. But there is part of me thinking, if I'm streaming all next weekend, should I take some of next week off? But then I'm also kind of like, do I care? Like, when I say I'm going to stream all next weekend, it's only going to be maybe like 5 or 6 hours each day. Like, it's not like I'm going to be streaming for 96 hours, because the game, from what they've said, there's going to be 20 hours of content. So it's not like there's going to be enough to stream the whole weekend. But yeah, that's the plan next week. And then, sorry, yeah, Dan. Yeah, Ambrose said, yeah, June Awakening. June Awakening is the game that they're doing an open beta for next week. So last weekend the streamers got to do a thing. Then this weekend everyone gets to do it. So we're going to get on it. We're going to get on it because I want to. I'm excited by everything I've seen. Is it open for all or the pre-order? No, so next weekend, right, so if I understand correctly, if you want to do next weekend, you need to go to the store page and you need to request. So there's a thing on the page now. So if you want to play next weekend, you need to go to the June Awakening page. You need to go here and you need to apply for that. You need to request access there now. I'm so excited and I just can't hide it. And bro, indeed, yes, I just can't hide it. So you need to do this. So next weekend is open for everyone. As far as I'm aware. I mean, that says, Awakening beta weekend. But the thing you're thinking about, the pre-order thing, won't be valid until 5 days before this date. Presuming they don't push it back anymore, if you do one of these order things, it starts on the 5th of June. But yeah, next week is a whole different thing. This is just an open weekend if you want to play it. One of the reasons why I'm very interested to do that open weekend is because from what I saw of the streamers doing it last week, they tried to get you to join. Wait, Dan, did you get an invite? Are you kidding? Did you get an invite to the creator thing last week? I didn't. I tried to get one as well. I tried to get a thing to do the creator program. I didn't get in. I'm not a big enough streamer. I'm not big enough to do the creator weekend. I applied, but I wasn't allowed. Everyone go follow Dan. He's a bigger streamer than me. He's a bigger boy. If you want to be famous, follow the Dan. He's over on YouTube. I mean, actually, sorry, he's over on Twitch as well. Go follow Dan on Twitch. But he's bigger on YouTube. He's bigger on the tubes of you. But yeah, anyway, one of the reasons why I really want to do the open beta weekend next week is because when I watched a bunch of the creators stream last week, and this included Pirate Software. So like in terms of like the reason why I'm throwing his name in is because obviously he's a big streamer. He's got a powerful streaming rig. In fact, I kind of want to stream it next week because I want to see if my PC can handle doing it. Because this will be the first time that I'll be trying to stream an online game, like an MMO level game. I'm not going to get into the whole thing of whether it's an MMO or not, because I know some people say it's not an MMO, but it's very close to MMO conditions, and I saw a lot of people struggling. I saw a lot of people struggling last week to stream it. Like, people were dropping frames and stuff, including Pirate Software. So I kind of want to do, part of why I want to do that open weekend next weekend is to see whether it works, how bad it is, because I want to stream the game when it comes out, and I'm curious about whether the PC can handle it. Because obviously, like, one of the things, if you're streaming it, you've also got to be able to run it and OBS at the same time, and there was a bunch of people dropping frames last week, so I'm a little nervous that might struggle. Anyway, so the build tool looks kind of like that. So the alternative I was thinking of doing was, instead of binoculars, I was thinking about having that there. But that does mean I have to draw a bit of hand. But it equally covers up some hand too. It covers up some hand too. So maybe I do the build tool. And people might go, hey, why don't you do a gun? Why don't you have a gun in his hand? Because that's similar to a build tool. But I do more building. I'm more of a builder. I'm a builder, not a fighter. I'm a builder, not a fighter. So I kind of thinking like I might put a building tool in hand. But when I get round to doing like the co-op one, which Twitter is so weird. Like, I've just typed out a whole word and it's only put in like the last 3 characters, and I don't know why. If one of these things is not meant to be here, this is not meant to be in that group. Take that other group. When we do the co-op one, obviously like Rook will be on here as well. So this one, being the shorter boy, will be on this side. But Rook, being a giant man, he'll be on this side. And so maybe he'll have a gun in his hand, or he'll have the binoculars in his hand. I don't know. I don't know which one that'll be. So he'll have different stuff in his hand. But for me, because I'm a builder boy, I might put a building tool in said hand and see how that looks. And I don't know yet. I'm still trying to nail down Rook for a proper conversation. And he's not going to feel like I'm throwing him under a bus here, because he knows I've been trying to like nail him down for a conversation about this. I don't know right now if that image is potentially going to need more people. I don't know yet, but I am trying the way, so I said this before, like obviously I'm trying to do this image in such a way that the background will remain the same, but I'm trying to do it in a way that I can have my single player thumbnail, and I'm also trying to do it in such a way that I can have our co-op playthrough. And I don't know if we're going to have, at the moment, I don't know if we're necessarily, if I need to work out a way. Why is this not working? There we go. I don't know if I'm necessarily going to have to possibly factor in another person there or another person there. I don't know yet. More people, community people. Yeah. So it's a conversation I need to have. So Ambro, I was saying this. I was saying this to Rook after my stream on Tuesday. So like you were asking about community people. I don't know exactly what we're doing right now for that kind of thing, being that this is a multiplayer game. So this is where I sit on this. This is where I sit. So this is not Rook saying this. This is just in case, if you don't like what I'm about to say, this is my approach to this. This is why I need to have a conversation with Rook, because I need to nail down what we both want to do. So for a lot of games that we've co-opted and people have joined in on, it's not really mattered much whether someone jumps in for a single stream. It's not really mattered because it's a single stream, and a lot of the games that we've co-opted, if we're not playing, people haven't been able to play when we're not playing, which is, has its pros and cons. When we stop the stream, everyone has to stop playing. So when we next stream, we know where we're up to, we know what's going on. I want to say all of the games we've played up until this point have been like that. Like the game has not been persistent offline. And on occasion, we've had co-op streams where people drop in, and we've had to figure out things like, are people's mics sounding okay? Are people's mics not sounding okay? Do people have good mic etiquette? You know, do people use push to talk? Do people always have an open mic? So are people talking to themselves doing other things? Is that going on? Or what have you? Does everyone who's getting involved in the stream want to do the same thing? All that stuff has kind of come up when we've done co-op streams, but as I say, it doesn't entirely matter because people aren't always there. When we do this, the game is persistent off stream, and also, you know, because we're talking about things like, if we're talking about like community joining in and stuff, the community are most likely going to join the guild that we're in. And once they're in the guild, they're in the guild. You know, we want it all to be, we want it all to be like people enjoying and having a good time and doing what they're doing and what they're not doing. But one of the things I've said to Rook is this game's going to be persistent, and so we have to factor in, like, kind of like, you want people to be able to play the game, but also we need people not doing things that potentially are going to change the direction. Like, if we've got a particular thing we want to do in the stream, we've got to factor in that people are going to be playing. People are going to be playing when we're not streaming. Like, if we kind of go, hey, during this stream, we're collecting all the resources so that we can build a vehicle. Tune in next stream when we make the vehicle, and then we start on that stream and it's like, oh, next stream we find out that whoever has used all the resources to make their own vehicle, and then they've logged off with their vehicle. We're like, oh shit, okay, we're gonna have to have another stream where we're grinding through resources. Like, this is a very low level thing. Like, what I'm saying right now is just like someone using up all the resources that we were planning on using for the stream, but someone just goes and uses them all. Like, do we have to? So what I'm trying to say is, like, I think we need to lay down a proper conversation of, this game's going to be a persistent game going on, so people are going to be around because they want to play the game too. And I appreciate that it might sound a bit I appreciate that it sounds a bit controlling, but I'm also conscious that if I'm going to be streaming this and doing this, I need to make sure that things that are planned to happen on stream for people that are watching are going to happen. And so in terms of people potentially joining the server that we're on, or potentially joining the guild that we're in, those people who do that, I am going to kind of have to hammer home and kind of go, remember that you're going to be on stream. So I need you to, you know, like, I need you to think about what you're saying. If you want to be on mic, I need you to think about what you're saying on mic. If you're in the game, I need you to think about what you're saying on chat. Like, because, to come back to a previous conversation we've had, I don't actually have a way of, at the moment there's no way to turn off chat, so I'm going to need to, wonderfully Helen sent me a link to a plugin so I can blur out the chat. So I might not have to worry about people saying whatever they say on chat from my perspective. But, you know, like, you need to think about what you're saying on mic. You need to think about what you're saying on chat. If you're going to be interacting in a guild environment, are you using everything for you to the point where it stops people doing things in the stream? Which is just something I have to consider. Like, I don't want people to be at a point where they can't play the game, because at the end of the day, you've bought the game. You bought the game, you play the game. But if you want to be involved in the guild things that potentially are happening on the stream, then you kind of have to, you're going to have to take that on board, is what I mean. So that's me saying those things. I am trying to nail down Rook to have that conversation about where he feels about it, because he might, you know, he might very much be of the opinion of everyone can do what the fuck they want, I don't care, you know. So I'm trying to nail down Rook for those conversations, so at that point we'll have a better idea of if people want to get involved. We'll know what we're doing, and then we'll know whether we run. I mean, the alternative is the content that happens on stream is run on a whole separate server. It might be that all the content that happens on stream is run on a completely separate server, and the content, you know, in terms of like community stuff playing together, that might be something that's run on a server itself. You know, if people want to like get involved, we might say, hey, everyone who's doing the community stuff is playing on server 1. Everything that's happening on stream is happening on server 2, and so we don't need to worry about it. But yeah, so yeah, community stuff is yeah, Amber, I wanted to say that to you because you asked about it. I'm still trying to have the chat about what's going on community wise. And Doc, I did say what you say. They don't want me to stream with them. That has never been said, at least not by me. That's not been said by me at all. But I am, but coming back to this image, that's the kind of thing I'm thinking of. I want to set up this image in such a way that if we do end up having like community people involved too, I would like to be able to put their little character in. I'd like to be able to put their character into this thing. Because one of the other things that I'm also doing as well, one of the other things that I want to be able to do with this as well is this image. This is, while I'm doing this image because I want it to be a nice piece of artwork that I can do, the other thing I want this to be is potentially to be the thumbnail that goes on the YouTube channel. Because for anyone who doesn't know, obviously I have a YouTube channel, but one of the other things that I've been talking to Rook about is there is a Barley Brew Brothers YouTube channel, which I've registered. And I've been talking to him about, do we want to do anything with it? And so this might be the thumbnail that gets used on the Barley Brew Brothers channel as well. But we'll see. We'll see. And Basify, hello. Hello, sir. How you doing? How's it going? And Vivi, hello as well. Who's melting? I'm not melting because my fan is on. My fan is just about keeping me going. Beard, you need a fuller review of it. Well, I mean, I can't tell you anything about the closed beta. I can't tell you anything about the closed beta, even when the game gets released. Apparently the closed beta is never to be spoken about. I'm not even allowed to tell you that I'm on the closed beta, so I wouldn't know that. I wouldn't know about the closed beta even if I was on it, because if I was on the closed beta, I wouldn't be allowed to tell you. So there you are. What I do know is that even when the full game comes out, I'm not allowed to tell you about the closed beta. So there you go. That's nice. Oh, suspected spam. Hey guys, should we get suspected spam on the stream? Should we talk to suspected spam? Dear. You don't care about the beta. You just tested the game, yeah. I mean, when the full game. So my plan. So Dan, I don't know if you've been here for previous streams. When the full game comes out, I'm streaming this shit. When the full game is released, I I want this to be my main game for streaming. I might try and slip other games in every now and then for just a little bit of variety, but I plan on this being like the game that we do every Friday or something. Or maybe this is the game that we do on Monday, Tuesday and Thursday, and we do another game on Friday for variety. But this is the game that I want this to be the main game. It's too expensive for it not to be. This game is too expensive for it not to be the main game for the channel. Where? Didn't they offer you a free key? No. No. Dude. By the fact that I wasn't on the creator program last week, I ain't been offered shit. I didn't get on the creator program, otherwise I would have been streaming last weekend. This channel is not a big channel. This is a tiny channel. And that's not me going, meh, 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 I didn't get on the program. This is a tiny channel. Why would I get on the program? Why would I get on the program? We don't have enough people here to get on the program. We get to do the nice artworks and I get to chat. That's what we do here. So yeah, no, I won't. I'm not getting a key for the full game. I just I just have people. I just got people who get me into other things, like Doc. But obviously Doc can't say that because officially we're not there, are we, Doc? So I can only thank you in private. It's all right, Doc, come over here. Come over, Doc. We're gonna go to the back place. We're just gonna go to the back. We're in the dungeon. We're in the back room. Come round the back, mate. Come round the back, Doc. Thanks, Doc. Thanks. It's all right though. We're in the back room. No one can hear us here. We're down in the dungeon. No one can hear us down in the dungeon. Thanks. Thank you, Doc. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Doc. All right, okay. Look, Doc. We need to go back around the front. All right, mate. Okay, good. Yep. Cool. Cheers. So, but yeah, no. In terms of Dan, yeah, I didn't get on the creator program, so I'm not going to get a free key for the game. I'll be buying that stuff, which is partly, Dan, why I've not been buying any new games recently, because I need to save the money to be able to buy Dune Awakening for when it comes out next month. So that's why I've been trying to be really strict on not buying any new games. You know, like I wanted to play Schedule 1. I really wanted to play Schedule 1 when it came out because it looked kind of fun. But yeah, and to be fair, actually, for Schedule 1, while I still want to play that in the future, Burias, who's another streamer, he was playing Schedule 1 and he said while that was kind of cool, it needs a bit more content for longevity. So actually that might have worked out on the fun. And sorry, Quizzical. Hello, Quizzical. Hello, Quizzical. Sorry, I was having secret chats. I was having secret chats in the back of the office, so I couldn't tell you. How much is Dune costing? Lots. Don't get me wrong, I think it'll be worth it. But Dune is costing one of these prices. And yeah, it's costing one of these prices. And right now, I don't know which one I'm going to do right now. You want the ultimate? I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Yes, I do want the ultimate, but that is so much money. It's so much money. And the worst bit is, the reason why I want the ultimate... Wait, where's the breakdown? Where's the thing? Wait, is it not there anymore? Wait, have I just scrolled past it? Where's the... Oh, wait, no, there were two drop-downs. Hang on. The reason why I want the ultimate... And this comes back to what I said before. This is what I was talking about before. the reason why I want the ultimate is because I like building. And look at that there. I don't even know what I don't even know if that's worth it. I don't even know if that's worth it. But that's why I want the ultimate, is for that, because it's a building set and I like building, and that's what I think I will do a lot of on stream. I think I will do a lot of building stuff on stream. So I want that, but that is so much money for that's the only thing I care about. I don't really care about whatever these things are. I don't really care about these things. These things are cool. Like, these things are cool, but I don't entirely care about these things. Well, actually, maybe that, actually. Maybe I do care about the soundtrack, because I do like buying my soundtracks. So maybe I care about that, and maybe I care about that. Maybe I care about those two. I don't necessarily care about those two, and I don't care about those two. I don't really care about that either. I don't care about that armor. I think the season pass is probably worth the money. You know, there's probably going to be a DLC every quarter. There'll probably be a DLC every quarter that'll be caught in that season pass. So I think that, and that's, so essentially that one, so the deluxe edition with the season pass. How much more is that? So what? Just under 20 quid. Just under 20 quid for the season pass. So I think that jump is worthwhile. I think the deluxe one sounds like it's worthwhile. Which means the ultimate edition is 15 quid more. It's a bit more than that, actually. It's a bit more than 15 quid. It's about 16, 17 quid more. It's about 16, 17 quid more, which soundtracks are typically about a fiver. See, this is how my brain breaks this down. Soundtracks are typically around a fiver, and to be fair, this is a big game, so actually the soundtracks are probably going to be more than that. So what I'm probably saying to you guys is I want to pay an extra £10 to have that palace building set. That's basically what I'm trying to tell you guys I want to do. And I'm trying to justify in my head is paying the extra £10 for that building set. But whichever way I sugarcoat it, it's £75. £75 for what I want to do, and it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. No subscription. Ambro, as far as I'm aware, it's no subscription. I hope it's no subscription when I'm paying 75 quid. But yeah, I want to stream this game for a long time, and I think so I want to stream the game for a long time, and I want to probably get super into like making nice builds, you know, like people used to do with Minecraft. I kind of want to do that with this game, because the building in this game, from everything I've seen of the building of this game, it reminds me a lot of Rust. I don't know how many people ever played Rust, but I used to play Rust not for the PvP. I used to play Rust for the building, and everything I've seen of the building in this game is like Rust. Yeah. But anyway, it's Dan. How about we do a deal? Oh my god, you want me to do a deal? So you don't have any game codes yet, dude. You can see I've got no game codes. I'm on the page. You can see I've got no game codes. So yeah, no, I have nothing. Wait, hold on. Whoa, Dan, I need to not read this. This starts off with, I'll be your sugar daddy. I need to read the rest of this sentence first. And if I like it, you have to play with me a bit. Dan, that sentence. That sentence. Even knowing that we're talking about a multiplayer game, you knew what you were typing right there. Well, no, Dan, I mean, this is what I was saying to Ambro, is we need to work out what we want to do community wise. I mean, very serious. Like, I mean this is a completely serious question to you as well, Dan. Are you planning on streaming this? Are you looking to do collaborate? So I am looking at this game from a very much a content creation. That is why this is why I'm looking at this game. I'm looking at it as a content creation thing. So if people are looking at streaming it on their channels, yeah, I'm completely on board for the conversation about doing collaboration, but I'm looking at it from a collaboration thing. So that's why I'm saying I'd be looking at having the full-on conversations of what are we going to do, when are we going to do it, whose channels is it going on, is it going onto YouTube, how do we divvy that, you know, how do we work all out where the content can and can't go. So yeah, you want to play. I mean, if you just want to play just offline, yeah, I'm not against playing offline. Just have to work out what server it's on. But if that's from the point of view of having to call you sugar daddy, are we talking about the Ultimate Edition? Are we talking about the Ultimate Edition? Is that what we're talking about? We're talking about the base edition. You'll be looking for a sugar, let alone a daddy. But if we're talking about the Ultimate Edition, talk to me in DMs. There we are. But anyway, so there you go. If anyone's interested how much that game is, I appreciate that's all in pounds. That's all in pounds. Maybe. Oh my god, is this what I need to do? Do I need to go over to do I need to go over and go, hey guys, so do you want to play with me in multiplayer games? Then you need to get the which tier on Kofi. Does everyone know about my Kofi memberships? If you want to play on Kofi, if you want to play with me on multiplayer games, you need to sign up to the, I don't know, the watch, should it be the Sergeant at Arms? I don't know, one of these. Maybe I'll make it a thing there. Go join Kofi. Maybe you can come and join me on these things. I don't know. For anyone who's never been here, for anyone who's not here very often, this is not serious. This is not super serious conversations. But anyway, yeah, Dan, do you want exclusive access to be posting that in chat? Is that what you're after? Do you want that as a personal emote? Quizzical, do you know much about the alt history lore of the game? Officially, I am required to say no. I've seen the trailer. We can talk about the trailer if you want, because that's public. There you go. If you want that additional, no, Ambro, no, you don't. There is no, like, this is not me. I'm not trying to be on a begging train. I'm not trying to be on a begging train. This is just, if people are asking which version of the game I'm getting, this is me telling you, this is the decisions I'm making on what version of the game I'm going to get. This is how my thought process is going out on it. Yeah. He's not begging, he's demanding. Yeah, I'm demanding. Don't know. Yeah. Check my Steam. Check my Steam. Check my Steam. Why am I checking Steam? You're my wife now, Dave. Wait, what have you done? What have you done? I don't know. I'll be honest, Dan. If you've done something, you might have done it to the wrong person, because it's not here. Do you know what? Wait, hang on. Wait, Dan. Wait, Dan. Oh, Dan. Oh, do I have to call you Skaven Daddy from now on? Is this what we're doing? Is this what we do? Am I calling you Skaven Daddy? Someone's going to clip that. You're my wife now, Dave. Sorry, I'm just... Do you know what's really weird? I don't know why this is happening. Steam is not sending me notifications. So I've just had to go and find that. But I tell you what is going to happen. My phone is going to tell me that that's happened. But my browser's not. I don't know why. Apparently Dan's just bought me the game. Is that I'm going to presume that's the base version. Dan, if you've just bought me the ultimate version, I will call you Skaven Daddy. If that makes you happy, I will call you Skaven. I'll call you Skaven Daddy on your streams if you bought me the ultimate edition. Accept this gift privately. I think we're past that tick box. I think we're past that. Where's the refund button? I can decline this gift. I can decline this gift. If you don't want me coming into your stream and calling you Skaven Daddy, I can decline this if you want. But yeah. Yeah. It might get a few laughs. So I will accept this. I will accept this, which means in fact I have to accept it to know whether yeah. I'm presuming this is the base game, dude. Thank you very much. Thank you very kindly. June Awakening has now been added to your account. What a champion. Do you know what? All the things that people say about you, Dan, don't listen, don't listen to them. All the things that they say about you. Don't listen to them. Wait! Whoa! Dan. Whoa. Do you know what? I tell you what, Dan, I was joking. The notification didn't say that. The notification said it was the base edition. The notification said it was the base edition. Dan, come round the back here a second. Dan. Dan, I don't know what's going on with Steam at the moment. Steam isn't telling me everything correctly, so I don't know what's just happened. Did you just buy me the fucking Ultimate Edition? Come on. Dan, no one else is here. We're down in the dungeon. Dan, did you just buy me the Ultimate Edition? Did that just happen? I'm saying this in a slightly muffled voice because you're one of the only English people here, so I'm hoping no one else can hear. Did you just buy me the Ultimate Edition? Did you just do that? Skaven Daddy? Skaven Daddy, did you just buy me the Ultimate Edition? Holy fuck. I don't actually know. I don't know if... Steam needs to see... Oh, yeah. Do you know what? No. The Ultimate Edition says it's in the library. Dude. Fucking hell. All right. It's a lot of money, dude. I'm a little bit thrown by that. Yeah, I think weirdly, so not to go too far off, because let's focus on that, but not to go too far off. Practical Rook. Before everyone thinks I've got like a harem of sugar daddies. I've bought several games for Practical Rook in the past. Practical Rook has reciprocated, and he bought me a game on Tuesday, and it wasn't telling me that he bought me a game. I had to delve into Steam to find it, so it's not sending me the notifications. Thank you very much. That's a very expensive gift. That is a very, very expensive gift, and yeah. We'll play that game. We'll play that game. Do you know what? I know you just said should say in the email. I can't actually remember which email I've got connected. Which email have I got connected to Steam? No, the email doesn't tell me. The email, just so you are fully aware, just so it doesn't look like I'm being really shit at reading things. You're my wife now. I am indeed. I am indeed. That's all it tells me. It doesn't actually tell me what version of the game it is. But there you are. There you are. Thank you very much. Anyway, yes. Thank you. Thank you very kindly for that. There is absolutely no ambiguity on what we're streaming in June then. There you are. There you are. There's absolutely no ambiguity on what we're streaming now then. That's happening, and I get to build, apparently... Do you know what? I'll tell you now. That bloody palace set better be sexy. Better be a sexy palace set, hadn't it? Otherwise, that's going to be painful. But thank you very much. Really, like, I genuinely, that's kind of thrown me a bit, because that's a really expensive game. That's a really expensive game. Thank you very much. I hope it lives up to my hype. I'm going to really enjoy that game. I know I'm going to really enjoy it. I hope you guys enjoy it as well. Sorry, I'm looking back in the chat with the no scrub edition for my wife. There we go. He's clear. I'll tell you what. He's earned it. He's earned it. Where's the text? Text. Let's put that. We go. Where are we putting it? It's on top. It's on top. There we go. There we go. Do you know what? I was thinking about doing this as a joke a while ago, but when people donate to the stream, why is this massive? What? Hold on. Fit to screen. What are you doing? Sorry, I'm looking at OBS things, and for some reason, it just made this text box bigger than the sun. Gave it a beer, Squire, gave it that, so I can look forward to co-ops on this channel, but quite possibly. It depends whether Dan actually wants to stream the game. You know what, Dan's going to play this game now, and he's going to be like, this is bullshit. Why am I'm never streaming this game ever. You don't buy games anymore, you bully devs into giving you keys. I mean, if you ever figure out a solid way to do that, let me know. Let's alignment, center that. Nice. It's kind of the middle of the screen, isn't it? There we go. Yeah. There we go. We'll lock that in position. That can stay there for the rest of the day. There we are. Sorted. If anyone else wants to sponsor a stream, if anyone else wants to sponsor a stream, you're more than welcome. I'll call, as long as it's within TOS, I'll call you whatever the hell you want on screen. There we are. There we are. And sorry, Ambro. I mean, Ambro, like, I could only, like, officially, Ambro, I can only tell you what you've seen in the public domain already. In the public domain, which is good, because actually I think they've told you most of the stuff in the public domain already. So when you watch like the dev streams and stuff, they've shown that there are I'll tell you what, I'll tell you what. You want a quick rundown, and so this is everything that's been on like a dev stream, so I'm not really going to tell you anything that's not already out there, but I also appreciate trying to find the information might not be super easy. So let's just do this a sec. Bum, 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 bum. I need a black screen. Come on, catch up, critter. Catch up. Catch up. So... put that there. Come on. Oh god, Critter does not like do it. I probably should have started with a different screen. Critter is not enjoying this at all. It's like, why are you hiding everything? So, you want to understand how this game's going to work. Okay, let's start at the top level. Let's start at the top level. You see nothing, you discovered that it exists. Well, I mean, you knew it existed on Tuesday because you asked the question on Tuesday. So the way the game's going to work, we'll start at the top bit, which is you're going to be on a server. You're going to be on a server. Sorry, Dan's name's in the way there. I appreciate Dan's name's in the way. You're going to be on this server. On this server, it's going to be a PvE. It's going to be a PvE server. Where you're going to have your base story. Okay? Your base and story are going to happen on this server here. There's going to be, at any one time, 40 active players on that server. And that's where you can put your base and where your story. There can be 40 active, so there can actually be more players on that server, just only 40 can be on there at a time, which we'll see if that changes from what they've said. And so there's all different story things like that. There are dungeons on this server, but they're open dungeons. Like, it's not an instance. It's not an instance on that server, so you will go into dungeons and other people can be there. And there's a couple of areas on that server where there are PvP areas. Like, there's small areas that are PvP on that server, but you have to actively go into those areas to do PvP. So there's dungeons there, but I think they said the dungeons are PvE, I think. But anyway, so the people could be in those dungeons when you go into them. Then and so that'll be like a European or a US server. Again, this is stuff that they've put out publicly, just to clarify, just in case anyone's going, oh my god, he's saying things he shouldn't be saying. This is all public information. Then there'll be areas you can go to, essentially different instances you can go to. There will be a PvP place that you can go to, and you will be able to build bases there, but they'll be temporary bases. Gold, if I could type. To be fair, you guys probably can't read my handwriting anyway, it's terrible. So in the PvP area, there'll be temporary bases, and there'll be PvP. So if you go there, if you travel to that instance, you can do PvP and build a base, but you can be attacked. Then there will be cities. There'll be cities, which are another instance. And these two places have everyone in North America. So you'll either be on North America. Actually, no, there's like American servers, there's European servers, there's Australian servers. I think there was South American servers as well. So there's like North American servers, South American servers, European servers. There's Asian servers, and I think there's Australian servers. From what they were doing, like a few weeks ago, they had a stream on Funcom. So you've got your little like shard where you play on a very small place, where you play in a very small place with 40 active players at a time, where you have a permanent base and a story. You'll have places where you can go for dedicated PvP, and then the cities. So if this was your continent, so the continent you're playing on, I've put that in the wrong place. I've put that in the wrong place. That should be there. It also shouldn't have taken up this bit. But anyway, I've done this on the same layer. So the continent server, you'll be able to meet so like you'll have, how do I explain this? You've got the big continent. Oh God. You've got the big well, apparently I've got something selected. You've got like the big continent server, so we'll say Europe. Most of us are Europe here. So you've got the big Europe server, which then has little shards. So it has loads of these little shard things going on, which is these up here. So the place where you got your base and your story, and those are all separated out. Then you've got the big Europe server, which is where the PvP and the cities happen. So like in the movie, you had Arakeen. You know where the Atreides took over in the movies? That's one of the cities. And so all these people will travel from their little area to these, which are part of the European server. And so there'll be PvP, where as a guild, you might go as a guild to go and do PvP as a guild, which I suppose is kind of like when you're saying like, will there be a raid? So you're talking about like a WoW raid. A WoW style raid doesn't, from everything we've seen, what the devs have put out, there isn't going to be a WoW style raid. You'll have the PvP, which is more like comparable to, you know, like Battlegrounds in World of Warcraft. If you did the Battlegrounds in World of Warcraft, it's kind of like that, but you build bases as well. The cities are kind of like going to Stormwind in World of Warcraft. So like there's people who give you quests there, there's people who have shops there. So the cities are kind of like Stormwind. And then if you imagine, but like if Stormwind was an instance inside World of Warcraft, is probably the best way I can kind of describe it. So yeah, so your little area, so your map. So if you imagine you've got your place where you're playing. This is Ambro Land. Ambro Land is here, and that's one of these 40 players bits. I could be, if I was on a different shard, I'd never meet you. I'd never meet you in Ambro Land. I would have to choose to play on Ambro Land. But if I was, say, on Bearded Land, so if you were here and I was here, we would never meet on the story map. But if we both went to Stormwind, or Arakeen in this case, we could both meet there. But we'd have to go our separate ways to be in a different place. All you need to know is that you don't have to raid for 43. No, you don't have to. There's no kind of like, you don't have to do PvP. You don't have to do PvP. PvP's there if you want to go do it. And equally, you can go to like the PvP area
you can go to the PvP area and you could try and be stealthy. Like, again, the devs have talked about this. The devs have talked about this as well. Like, if you go to the PvP area, they've tried to design the game. They've tried to design the game so that if you want to play single player, you can. There are going to be difficulties from doing it single player, but it's not impossible from what they've said. So like the PvP area is as big as like the story area. And so in theory, you could go to the PvP area and you could kind of like try and stealthily go around it. The same way you could do it in Battlegrounds. You know, like, so in like World of Warcraft Battlegrounds, that was obviously a PvP dedicated area. If you went into Battlegrounds, you could, in theory, like the main fight would go off to the left, and if you wanted, you could go off to the right in Battlegrounds and see how far you could get, avoiding the PvP. But yeah, raiding's not essential. I don't like raiding. It was one of the things that probably got me in a bit of a bad position in World of Warcraft, was when I was running a guild. I had no interest in doing raids. Other people did raids, and weirdly, there were some people who were like, if you don't do raids, you shouldn't be running a guild. I was like, why? I don't have an interest in raids. Well, you shouldn't be running a guild then. Why? Because guild leaders are supposed to organize raids. It's like, no, I have a bunch of officers who organize raids. The officers do the raids, I don't do the raids. Well, you shouldn't be guild leader then. Why? It's my guild. I have just given that task to someone else and they do it. And are you going on raids? Yes, I am. Well, then what's the problem? You're the guild leader. I feel like you have a problem with me being the guild leader rather than the fact that I'm not going on the raids. So yeah, in WoW, I had no interest in raids. In WoW, I just went around gathering metal and crafting stuff and making money. That's what I enjoyed doing in World of Warcraft. So yeah, the devs have specifically said on their streams. The devs have said on their streams they have tried to make the game so that you can play it single player or you can do it with people. But Ambro, if you're under any illusion as to how you feel about, because like I might be describing it rubbishly. I might be describing it I think I've just described it terribly. But if you're under any illusion, I would wait until the game comes out. Wait until the game comes out, see some people stream it, see how play it, if it's doing what you want it to do. Does the Prime Minister go on military raids? No, exactly. Yeah, Doc. Yeah. You don't see the Prime Minister or a president going to the battlefront, do you? There's no need to. Ambro, you've been the raid leader for a while. It's stressful. Yeah, so if you don't want to be a raid leader, don't be a raid leader. Like, the way I envisage it, the way I want it to work, is if I have a guild, I would want people to join a guild because it's doing what they want to do. So like, coming back to what I was saying before about I need to work out how the community can interact with what I'm doing on stream. That's why I want to be super open about what I'm doing on stream. So like when I was saying before about it might sound like I can understand why some people might turn around and go, you're being very controlling about what's going to happen with the community on stream. And I don't necessarily, I can kind of see why people would feel like that, but it's also because I don't want anyone joining the guild that I'm running. Because in the past, I've had people joining guilds and feel like I'm not doing the guild the way they want. So that's why I'm kind of like, that's why I want to be very set about what this guild is going, about the guild that I'm going to run for June Awakening. That's why I'm going to be very set about how I'm running that guild, because I don't want anyone to join it not to be able to do what they want to do. Essentially, I want everyone to just kind of go off and do what they want to do, and every now and then we'll get together to do something stupid, or we'll get to do something fun, you know. Like, I want people to get involved. If someone wants to, like, for instance, if someone wants to run around in the back of my streams in June Awakening, and when they're running around, all they're doing is, if someone turns around to me and says, do you know what I really like doing in in games? I love just going and collecting all the resources. Can I just do that? And like, I won't get involved. I just want to be running around in the background of the base, gathering resources and preparing things. I'll be like, yeah, cool. That's fine. I love doing that. I love gathering We've all seen me play enough games. I love gathering resources in games. So if someone wants to just do that and just be in the background of the game, cool, fine. If someone wants to be the guy who organizes PvP runs in the guild, sweet, because I don't want to fucking do that. I don't want to do that. If someone wants to organize PvP runs in the game, great. Have at it. Have at it. That'll be fine. But there will be certain things that you need to be conscious of when it's streaming. One of the other things as well I was going to say as well is when I was saying about whether the server I'm on is going to be known or not, I am probably going to keep the server private in terms of what server I'm on, because I don't want people watching the stream finding out what server I'm on and then coming on to cause problems. Again, this is one of the things I've got to think about with it being a multiplayer game. I need people not finding out what the server is for the purpose of griefing. And the guild will be the Bearded Guild. No, it's probably going to be the Barley Brew Brothers. Unless I end up running two guilds, there's going to be the Barley Brew Brothers, which I'll be doing with Rook. And I've no doubt probably Doc in some description. But yeah, I make the server password protect. Well, this is the thing, Yana. They're public servers. They're public servers, so it's not a case of making the server password protected at the moment, unless I know, and you know, like, so this is the whole thing. It's like the servers are public, so this is why I'm saying I'm probably going to have to keep the server private, because I don't want people joining who aren't involved. Also, if they're on your friends list, they're able to see the other servers you play on it too. Possibly, yeah. But I also, to be fair, Doc, that's why I don't just start adding everyone on Steam. Like I am. Doc, I don't think you know how much of a privileged position you're in to be on my friends list. But yeah, I don't just add everyone on Steam. I don't just add everyone on Steam because for that kind of thing. Like, I do actually think about who gets added to my Steam friend list. But yeah, so the servers are public. The devs have talked about private servers. But if there's going to be a private server, there's a cost to a private server. Whoever's footing the bill for the cost of the private server obviously has to have a say on who can go on the server. So that would be a whole other conversation that's going to happen. And so, yeah, so the most likely thing is the Barley Brew Brothers will be the guild. if there's two things going on, yeah, there might be a bearded guild, maybe, if a whole separate thing's happening. We got a month. We got a month to figure it out. We got a month to figure it out, guys. I don't know. I would love the idea of having a community thing, and so I don't even know if I'm going to have to do a community one and a streaming one. I don't know if that's going to be the easier way of doing it, but then that's also going to take up even more time, which I don't know how I feel about that. You don't think private is an option? You won't be able to raid. No, so Dan, so the way they've said it works, the way they've currently said it works is, hang on, let me bring that. I'll tell you what. I'll bring up another screen. I'll bring up another screen. 1 second. So the way they've talked about it. The way they've talked about it is Europe. Europe server. Then you got the shards, 40 with 40 people on. This is where all these little shards out here okay, public, private. Okay, so where you're doing so these are all your base and story. Yeah, so this is where you do your base and story. When you want to go and do PvP, or you want to go and do a city, you have to travel. And so while you'll only interact with the 40 for the base and the story here, when you come over to here, you're with, so like say there's like 200 or more. When you come over here, all these people come together. All these people come together for this bit. So the public and the private guys end up in the same PvP area. They end up in the same city. So that's how this is how they've said they're planning on it working. Whether that's actually how it's going to work, but that's what they've said they're going to do. So you can have your little private area for your PvE experience, but when you come to here, you'll be with everyone else. Now, where the other problem comes up, this is where a whole other problem comes up, is if I could get rid of, oh my god, just stop it. Just do what I want. Do what I want, not what I tell you. Right, hang on. Sorry, Critter is struggling right now because I'm just using massive files. For everyone else who's also interested, so we've had those little shards. So the other bit that is what it is. These guys do not connect. These are not connected. There is so you, if you're on a European server, you will not see anyone from North America. These servers are not connected. So if you're playing in Europe, you'll play against Europeans. If you're playing on North America, you'll play with anyone who's on the North American server. But the North American server and the European server don't talk to each other. So that's another thing that is, I mean, it's not an issue, but it's a consideration, is which server are we going on, because some people are going to want to connect to North American, some people are going to want to connect to Europe for ping. You got to think about what your ping's going to be, haven't you? So you're going to have to think about which server you want to be on. But depending which side of the pond you go on, you might not be talking to anyone who's on the other side. Like, you'd have to choose to, if you want to play with people who are over in America, you'll have to go to the North American server, or they will have to come to the European server. You can connect to either. You can choose which one you connect to, but once you're connected to it, you don't talk to the other people. So yeah. 40 isn't much. What if it fills up before your friend registers? So the 40 is 40 active users. So there can be more than 40 people on that server, but only 40 of them can be on at the same time. Don't know if that's going to change. That's just what they've told us at the moment. But yeah, and apparently it's not just an infrastructure decision. Apparently that is a atmospheric decision as well, because you're meant to be on Dune. There's not meant to be loads of people on Dune. Apparently it's a bit of an atmospheric decision as well, to make the area feel quieter, to make you feel like you're going through the desert on your own. Which is it? Yes, Max, it is. It's Dune released in June, where we might listen to some tunes. I see what you're doing. I know exactly what you're doing. I'm going to play this game. We'll listen some tunes in Dune in June. So that whole 40 active players potentially leans into if you wanted a private server, because 40 people is not a lot of people. So yeah, you do need to kind of plan. Don't know if they'll change that. We'll see. They said the private servers... Oh, did I get that wrong, Doc? The private servers may share a deep desert. Surely they'll have to share a deep desert, because if they don't share a deep desert, what's the point? Like, that makes PvP weird, doesn't it? Anyway. Bearded acting like a buffoon. I'm not acting like a buffoon. I am merely reading out what Max has requested. You do hope they bought enough server space, not that it's going to end up like another game that someone you used to know. Which server was that? Yana, name and shame. Name and shame, unless you're under an NDA that we're not aware of. And then don't. Oh god, it's 1:20. I've completely forgotten to eat. I might just not bother. I'm not actually really hungry, to be fair. I did have breakfast, so it's not like I've not eaten nothing. The game thus failed in reviews. Oh dear. The fellow does not stream anymore. Well, no, I don't mean I don't mean the fellow. I don't need the fellow. Which game? Which game are you talking about? You don't remember the game? Okay, you don't remember which game. Fair enough. Fair dues. Fair enough. You have a still suit. Do you know what? If I had a still suit, God, would a still suit? You'd never need to take breaks. If we could have a still suit in real life, Dan, we'd never need to take breaks from streaming. I just feel like that would be uncomfortable. I wouldn't like that. Yeah. No. Let's not delve into that idea any further. I don't want to delve into that. I don't want any more of that. Nope. I'm supposed to be doing an image here. We're supposed to be doing an image. This is supposed to be happening. It's supposed to be my own version. For anyone who's not been here earlier, this is meant to be my own version of this. It's coming together. Welcome to dystopia. Oh dear. Anyway, actually, yeah. So it's 1:20. Fallout 76. Oh, was it? Oh wait, hang on. The game was Wayfinder. Oh, okay. Did I play Did I look at Wayfinder? I can't remember. I don't know if I ever actually looked at Wayfinder. Become a Wayfinder and unlock their powers as you choose your path and playstyle, while pushing back the hostile force that has overtaken your world. A co-op ARPG, where you directly shape and customize the endless adventures you go on with friends, because Wayfinders are stronger together. There you go. There you go. There's that. Oh, look. Dune Awakenings in my library. Where did that come from? Skaven Daddy. I'm gonna make a button. Dan, I'm gonna make a button. It's just gonna be me going, Skaven Daddy. I'll send you the sound file for your own streams. You are going to regret this. You are gonna regret this, because I have less shame than you. I have less shame than you. You're going to. Doc, one of the things we'll have to see is the level of control the private servers people have. Even in just a PvE area. If people can spawn gear and mats, then go into shared PvP area, they could wreck. Yeah. So I saw the devs talking about that, Doc. They were saying kind of like, even if there are private servers, there's not going to be a lot of modding. Because if they, which makes it, which I suppose that plays into the whole, are they going to have the PvP or not? Yeah, because if they were to have PvP, but you could mod it that you could just give any gear, you could give them high-end gear, then yeah, it would completely unbalance it. Be curious. I mean, one of the things I do suspect, being that they've not publicly, like, on, as you say, kind of like on all the streams and stuff, they've kind of said, we're still discussing this. I wonder if the private servers will even exist at launch. So I probably will have to go on a public server, which, as I say, if I'm going on a public server, I'm going to keep the server private, and I'm going to have to be really brutal about, if you are going to join the guild, you have to keep the server private. Like it'll be like a, you'll if you start making the server public, you just will have to not be in the guild. Like, that's like, it sounds brutal, but I think that's how it'll have to go. It's like, you have to keep the server private if you're getting involved, because I don't want people coming on and just trying to make things awkward or whatever. It will make people talk if you watch the Skaven Daddy. You'll be live at 10 PM on Twitch and YouTube tonight. There you go. Paid for your promotion. Dude, you can put your goddamn channel. Get your goddamn URL in the chat. You know you can do it. You can do it. It's fine. Put your Twitch and your YouTube on there. Go on. Get it done. If we host the servers on private servers, not on Funcom servers, anyone who knows coding SQL would be able to do just about anything on the game. But would you be able to do have they said they would give that functionality for you to be able to host completely separate from them? I don't know if I've seen them talk about that. I do not know if that would even be possible with like DRM and stuff. I presume this game has DRM. I mean, they can literally click my name if they want. Dan, why are you making this so difficult? Just, god damn it. Dan, you got to remember, Dan is from Yorkshire, okay? So Dan, like every time he presses a key on his keyboard, he's actually putting that into his expenses. So he's kind of like, I can't go and type out these shout outs because that is going to be several keyboard presses, and that's gonna cut into my tax return. There we go. There you go. Look, he's been doing Warhammer 3. He does a lot of that. He likes it. He likes being a Skaven, if you didn't guess from his name. Do you know what I love? I love Dan. Like, that should just be making like someone freak out by the fact that because it's a generic command I have, it goes a friend of the dwarves. Even a friend of the dwarves. That command does not work for shouting you out, does it? At all. That's awful. I feel bad. We don't know, they haven't said, but if we look at Age of Conan, you can host. You see, I've never played Age of Conan. I know nothing about Age of Conan, but okay, if that's what they did for that, then yeah, fair dues. Anyway, right, sorry. Even if I'm not going to go and get some food, I probably should stand up and walk around because I've been sat here this whole time. So I will be back in 20 minutes. I'll be back in. In fact, I might try and make it a bit quicker because I probably won't eat. I'll try and do it a bit quicker because we are super late in the day. But we will carry on with artwork this afternoon. I also need to drop Rook a message actually, because I don't know if he's streaming tonight. Towards the end of the stream yesterday, though, he was a bit spaced by the end of the stream because he'd had some stuff going on, but he was a bit spaced by the end of the stream. But I think he said he's not streaming tonight, but he had told me he was, so I need to drop him a message to work that out. But anyway, I'll send that while I'm on break. I might actually I might make it a bit quicker because I probably won't get some food. So yeah, call it, I don't know, maximum 20 minutes. I might come back as quick as 10 though. Maybe I'll get some Bovril. If I get some Bovril, that's like a meal in itself. Maybe that's what I'll do. Although, I don't know if I want Bovril when it's so warm. It's currently 26 degrees in this room. So, it's not too, but I've got the fan on, so it's not too bad. No, see, Max, I can't do cold Bovril. The problem is, Max, is there is actual fat in the Bovril. So if you drink it cold, the fat solidifies, and that's not very pleasant. It's not very nice. Just drinking solidified fat is not great. Needs to be hot. Needs to be hot. So, yeah, we're not doing that. And Lord Elston, hello as well. Good afternoon to you, Lord Elston. Age of Conan supports custom mods and running the server on your own or rented servers. Since we already have the server software for AOC and the engine's similar, it may not be a leap, but for someone to take AOC server build, recompile it for June, and then just need a firewall rules to direct your server. Yeah, I mean, as I say, no, I didn't know any. I've never even. I don't know if I've even looked at Age of Conan. So yeah, I didn't know they had completely separate servers. But being that it's both Funcom, that would make sense. Yeah. Okay. Right. If I don't walk away now, I'm not going to have time to walk away. So I'm going to walk away now, and I will be back in about 10 to 15 minutes. We'll make the music a bit louder. Yes, cool. If you've been sat here as long as I have, go stretch your legs, go get yourself some hydration. If it is the appropriate time of day, go get yourself some food. And while you're doing all of those things, think about how much of a Chad Skaven Daddy is. There you go. Oh, hi. I think that was closer to 10 minutes. I've got myself some sarsaparilla. So I have gone not with the Bovril. I think, just because I know you guys are super interested, I think I've ballsed my right hand. I don't quite know how. Don't quite know how. I think I have. It's going to be one of those things where it's just like, hey, you know how you're over 30 now? Yeah. You just turned round and somehow you've bust yourself up. So what I'm going to try and do is I'm going to try and use a left-handed splint. Because I ain't got a right-handed splint. Brace, even not splint. Wrong thing. It's alright. Just to stop it moving a bit. Oh dear. Anyway, we're back. Fortunately, I'm left-handed, so this does not impact the drawing at all. I just use my right hand for the mouse. Anyway. I don't think I like the hood. I think the hood's at the wrong angle. I think because when I originally did the hood, he wasn't as back. I need to change that. I might try and maybe I can do a little cheeky perspective rather than redraw the whole thing. The only problem I see with doing the perspective tool is that could work. I don't think it needed to be a lot. And the other thing that I need to factor into this, I don't know. Maybe I think I will. But the other thing I want to factor into this is that I'm probably going to put a beard on the dude. It was kind of a bit of a joke yesterday, but the more I've thought about it, it kind of probably should be. There probably should be a beard on him. Some goggles. Oh my god, those are terrifying goggles. Whatever happened with them? Looks like he probably needs a nose as well, doesn't he? There we go. Look at that. High quality, high definition face. It's like a photo. You know what I'm saying? It's like a photo. I think we might change album. I don't know what to. I think we're going to change album. Because I've listened to this one all day. So I have something different for the afternoon. I wish I could remember the name of the guy of the other music that I was thinking of, but I can't even think of it. What's this one? Oh damn! I haven't listened to this in ages. This is like, this is going back to when I first was streaming. This was like the music that I had for when we were playing Dune. Not Dune, Rimworld. I appear to have changed the colour of my brush. What colour is this? What? I'm swapping it out now, because if I leave it there, at some point I'm going to come and look at this and go, oh, this must mean something. This must mean something super important by the fact that I've done it in a different colour. To redo this. I wonder if I tell you what, I'll take a copy of it, and if I don't like what I do, still got the original. what I'm thinking of doing is... Oh god, I remember this one. To be fair, I'm probably going to remember all of this album. But nostalgia is bubbling over. You got to clean up the kitchen. After that, it's paperwork. I hope all of that goes to plan and happens without issue. It is not too complicated. And just a hand. Is that all? Okay, that can. Let's get rid of that. What was that? What's this? That's the hand. That's nothing of importance. Bring those two together. And then I just need to resize it, don't I? Because at the moment it looks like he's wearing a glove from the Hulk. Oops. There we go. I think that looks about right. I can get on board with that, I think. Or maybe a bit smaller. Maybe. I don't know. Do 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 do. And then, okay. Then back to this. So we kind of had, I say we kind of had, we had this like inner elbow bit. So I kind of need to show that kind of clumped together. And then check. I need a good view of their wrist. Like, I've kind of like, this has obviously just been based on a bunch of pictures, but as we all know, with the feet, I had an issue with what the feet were going to look like. Dune still suit. Oh god, I don't think I saved it down. Would have been so much useful. Would have been so useful if I'd kept those links from the last stream. Oh, actually, no, there you go. There's a good view of the wrist. They do just kind of have like, just like gloves. They've just got gloves which have got a bit of an extended, you know, kind of like they've got basically just got the strap. They've got the strap of the glove just coming over there, and you know, just like if you You know, like gloves you'd have if you were going out, like biking, like on a bike or something. So yeah, as long as I just give it a bit of a... That'll fit. That'll fit alright. I'm good with that. And then I kind of had a bit of a line, didn't I? Kind of showing... I'll do that just to break up the shape a bit. Is there anything on the underside? Anything on the underside? Max, you're checking out plane tickets from here to Spain, and they're super cheap, 30 euros. Yes. Is that... Has Spain got its power back yet? I hadn't actually checked the news this morning. News. Tell me what's going on. World. Europe. That doesn't... Oh, okay. I don't want to delve too deep into the news because we know it's gonna, you know, people talk from all sides. But the US and Ukraine have signed their natural resources deal. There you go, there's a headline. At least 3 deaths linked to the massive Spain power cut. That sucks. I'm presuming they've got their power back now, though. It does. One of your co-workers, or one of your co-workers will be off, right? So power is back. And it's Portugal. Like, they keep talking about Spain, but I'm sure Portugal lost its power as well, doesn't it? Because I presume Portugal gets its power from Spain, with the way they were describing it. Oh. Max, 30 euros without any luggage, though. Yeah, we have Max. We've got like plane companies that do that kind of stuff as well. Like they kind of give you, basically they make all the extras separate, and so if you're willing to forego some of the extras, yeah, you can fly super cheap. Defo, mate. Well, what I find a bit strange, Max, is that's not flights to, you know, the tiramisu capital of the world, Manchester. Does Spain have tiramisu draws, Max? Do they have tiramisu draws? Think about all the tiramisu you could have with how much you'd save on flights. Portugal and Spain get a lot of their power from France. Oh, do they? Do you know what? With the way I was reading a lot of the news, like on the BBC, I kind of just presumed that it was like there was a power plant in Spain. I presumed the power plant was in like Spain and Portugal got its power from Spain, but they get it from France. Okay. Max, you don't have a passport for the tiramisu drop. Ah. Yes, yes. It's 46 euros with a carry-on bag, so still cheap. Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. Although, didn't we... I thought I saw something in the news. Maybe it's not finalised yet, but I thought I saw something in the news that we were coming to some kind of agreement with the EU for travel. I thought I saw something... I think it was last week. I want to say I saw something. So you never know. You might be able to get to that tiramisu draw sooner than you planned. Probably easy to get a passport now that it's mostly digital. Yeah, I needed to renew my passport so that I could vote, and I seem to recall it not being too bad. And that was that last year? I can't remember if that was last year or the year before. Not happy about this arm. I'm not loving it. Mainly because it's got a ginormous... It's either got a ginormous bicep or a ginormous tricep. One of the two. I need to bring it in. I need to bring it in like probably about that actually. I think it also might be a little low. Might be a little bit too low. I'm trying to account. Actually, I probably need that to be a bit longer. So let's do that. And so tomorrow, I realise we're not at tomorrow now. We've got, I'm not ending stream now. Tomorrow, I might actually do some more artwork tomorrow because I really want to get as much. I really do want to get this finished before the June launch date. Yeah, I really want to get this finished before the June launch date, and we all know, while June sounds like it's far away, we do know that I take a little bit of time to do things. So I do want to plug a decent wodge of time into this. to just give it the best chance of being completed as possible. So we might actually do some of this tomorrow. It won't be all day though. It will be, because I know, you know, at the end of the day, I know a whole bunch of people like art on this channel, but I also know that a whole bunch of people like gaming on this channel too. So we'll definitely get some Star Trekkers done tomorrow. That will happen. Still not happy with that arm. I'm not happy with that arm at all. It looks wrong. That arm looks very, very wrong. Think. It should be more like that. She should be shorter as well. Need to do the face. Oh, I'm still going to block this out. Now that I've started it, I'll finish blocking it in. Hmm. You know that worm? You know that worm that I've got here? I was saying, wasn't I? I was thinking about, I might redo that altogether. Have it coming more towards the screen. Hello, sponsor. Now, it would be a lot simpler if I just did a mask. If I just do a mask, the only downside to doing a mask is that obviously we don't see the person, do we, if we do a mask? But it does make my life a million times easier. You gotta be conscious of it. It's like I want to draw a mask, but I need to not just fall into the trap of just drawing like something from 40k. Does it? Don't really matter. How did... Wait, hang on. Just in case we're in adverts, I will wait a second and then I'll come back and answer that. Right, we're not on ads now. Okay. Dan bought me a game today, which was very generous of him. Incredibly generous of him. So I put that on screen as a joke, to entertain everyone who was here. He's lying. I would never do anything nice. Okay. It's alright. Alright, Dan. We will never speak of this again. This will never be mentioned again. You never did it. There's definitely no game in my library relating to this event. It did not happen. We could just go back. We could just go back to Dan. Dan is who Dan is. And sorry, yeah, this image is nothing to do with that. This image is nothing to do with Dan buying me a game or that picture on screen. That is just that the message on screen is just because he bought me a game, and so I am trying to recognize that fact even though he doesn't want me to. So yeah, the image that is going on screen is separate to that. Or did he pay you £100 so you will stream whenever? He did not pay me £100 so I will stream whenever. It was a different amount for just because he's pretending not to be nice. I see, this is it. If I can't say you're being nice, Dan, I don't know what you want me to. I don't know how you want me to explain this. People will talk. Say he will be evil. No, I don't want to say he's evil. Realise I'm doing this bit, and this bit reminds me a lot of the front of a Space Marine mask. It's not a Space Marine mask, but it reminds me a lot of one. If I would bring you out this way... I don't feel about this mask. Not loving this mask right now. Let's see. Where is my Google Where was my Google Images bits? I require not the sword. Not the sword. Wait, did I have another window open? I don't know. Did I? Oh, I did. I had a whole other window open. Yeah. In fact, let's start this again. Let's start this again. Oh no, where has the picture gone? Can I have the picture in the beak, please? Okay. Okay. Let's see. And then they have kind of like that. I can kind of... Although if I do this, this is kind of getting in the way of... I don't know how I'm going to incorporate. Problem is, it's kind of like I need it's on Dune, so I kind of need a mask. But then I'm also very aware. I was kind of hoping, you know, like the guy who's like the leader of the Fremen in the movies. I was kind of hoping that having a look at him because he has a beard, that might help me. But then I realized he has quite a short beard, doesn't he? He's got quite a short beard, and so I think I might change the shape of the hood as well. I think on this we're not gonna have beards visible, which feels very strange. Feels very, very strange, but I think we're not gonna have beards visible on this picture. Because they would be underneath the mask. Which upsets me a little bit. But only a little bit. And then I kind of like the idea because like, they do quite a lot of like wraps. I kind of like the idea, and I think they look cool. So I kind of want to try and get a bit of a wrap going on inside. But this might be why I changed the hood, because looking at quite a few of these like movie pictures, and they also have goggles. I don't know if I want to do goggles. But goggles would mean I don't need to worry about drawing eyes. Goggles would mean I don't need to worry about drawing eyes, which, you know, that's possibly a bonus. I just need, like, so I could just do that. Look, goggles. Though that's starting to almost look a little stormtroopery, isn't it? A little bit stormtroopery. Maybe I get rid of the hood. I mean, we keep the cloak. I'm all on board for keeping the cloak, but maybe I actually get rid of the hood, just so I can lean more into the wrap idea. I think that would be good. I think that would be good. So I think that's what we're gonna do. Bit kind of thought that brush was acting a bit funny then. It's because I'm on the wrong brush. That's why. That's why the brush is acting slightly strange. So I can kind of bring that there. Like bunch up there. And if we kind of have something more kind of that shape. I think I'll prefer that now. The only thing I'm concerned about now is the head too far back? Not sure, but let's
Bring that in a bit. Actually, that head looks a bit small now. I feel like that head's a bit small. I think the hood was throwing off what I was doing. Fortunately, I've kind of made this bit a bit of a separate piece, so I can faff with it a little bit without having to alter the rest of the cloak. So I think maybe... see how I feel about that. See how I feel about that. Not like that. Not like that at all. Like that. Do you know what is a bit annoying? I think I said in the past, I really like. I used to be pretty good at drawing like fabrics and how they fell and stuff. It was one of those things that I could sit with a little sketch pad and I'd like super get into it, like hyper focused, and I'd be like, yeah, this is great, I like this, I'm doing this. And then it's just one of those things I got out of the practice of, and now I'm like looking at this going, wait, does that fall that way? Is that going that way? It's another thing. It's another thing I would like to get back into doing better. Cheeky. Hit the band. That was... We were in a very quiet space then. Everything was so quiet, and then that just came. Boom. Lord Elston, thank you very much for the bitties. Thank you very kindly. With your bitties. I know you know. Right, Lord Elston. Every time I do art, you don't have to do bitties. I know you prefer art to gaming. I understand you, but you don't feel obliged to do bits every time. But thank you very much. It's like, but he's trying to do this positive reinforcement thing. You know, it's trying to get to the stage where I'm going to start thinking, oh, if I do art, I get a reward. I suppose effectively that's all streaming is, really, isn't it? Like, people just stream things that they get a positive result from. So I suppose the whole thing, the whole setup is just positive reinforcement. Cheeky.
Fucking hell. Jeez. 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 Art tax. No, there's no art
Tally
tax.
ho, champs, in we go.
Okay. Okay, guys. Thank you very much for the hype train. I do massively appreciate hype trains. I massively appreciate bits. All the things. All the things that people do. I massively appreciate. But we're not calling them taxes. They're not an obligation. There's no obligation to do those things. Before anyone who's new turning up gets the wrong impression. But thank you very much, sponsor. Thank you very kindly for the bits.
Cheeky.
Everyone's here. Everyone's. God, stop it. Stop it. Damn it. Thumbs, thank you very much for the bits. Thank you very kindly for the bits. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Freedom for art. Overthrow the repressive art taxers. Rise up and fight. Yeah, sure. Do you know what? You guys do what you want. Do what you want. This, yeah. The road to 3K. 300. The 300. The road to 3K. Actually, wait, no. It'd have to be more than 3K, wouldn't it? If we were doing it in bits, what would it be in bits? It'd be 300. Wait, would it be 300k? I think it would be 300k in bits. Let's not do it in bits. That's a horrible number to say out loud. Never mind. Ignore that. Ignore that. Mm-hmm. 300k, let's go. No. Lord Ilston, because I know you're a massive fan of art, Lord Ilston, a massive fan of the arting streams. I don't know if you heard before, but I said I'm probably going to do some art tomorrow as well. Which I appreciate it's Friday, but I'm probably going to do some art tomorrow. Though I can't remember if you actually... wait, Lord Elston, is Friday one of the days you don't watch the art stuff? Sorry, the stream. Because I can't remember if you're in the office. There's a day, isn't there, where you're in the office? I can't remember which one it is. I mean, right, okay, Art Friday does not mean it's art all of Friday, but it'll be some of Friday. Some of Friday will be art. Because I just want to put a lot of time into this. Strike while the iron is hot and all that malarkey. Max, funky music. This is This is Stream Beats by Harris Heller, and this is called Otter Funk. There you are. Thumb should be in the office tomorrow. Usually work from home on a Friday. We moved everything around this week for the election. See, it's gonna. You keep saying it. Everyone keeps saying elections to me. I'm gonna get it into my brain that I've missed going and voting. There was no elections here. There was no elections here. Everyone in the UK, for all of you in the UK, if you live in the UK, double check whether you're meant to go and vote today. Because some of us need to, some of us don't. Go double check. I think I read out a list before, but I've no idea if it's accurate. And if you're not in the UK, do you know what? If you're not in the UK, double check anyway, you know, because I'm going to have even less clue if you were meant to vote today. So if you're not in the UK, double check if you're meant to vote as well. Because I definitely, if it's outside the UK, 100% I will not know if you were meant to do that today. Lord Elliston, and are they doing that thing again where only the rich people are allowed to vote? I think so. I think that's why I'm not going. I think that's why I'm not there. Let's go with that. Maybe that makes sense. I think that's what we're going to go with. Will any vote for Count Binface? I don't know if Binface is up this year. I don't know. I can't remember which area he's in. Yeah, I don't know if he's in an area where he can be. I don't know if he's anywhere that he can go for this year, or whatever's happening today.
I think that'll work. I think that'll work as a placement. I think that sketch. Oh, I didn't put details here, did I? So, yeah, because that's coming over the front of the shin. There should really be... That probably won't come that far around then, would it? Actually thinking about it. Probably only going to come round to about there. And then Tactical Rock is going to cover the feet. He's stuck in the bin string. Oh god, yeah. Do you know what? That's something I've not seen over the last couple of days. Where did they end up? Dan, have you followed that at all? Where have they end up with the Birmingham bin strikes? UK. Let's England. God, voters head to the polls. I don't like that being on the front page because I'm like, am I supposed to be somewhere? I feel like I'm meant to be somewhere. Anything about the bins? I'm not seeing anything about the bins right now. Because I know they said at some point they were bringing in the army, didn't they? I think they said they were bringing in the army to clear it up. Oh, they got the army involved to clear the backlog, yeah. But then have the bin men now gone back to work? No, they've not gone back to work. Okay, so they might have to bring the bin men back. The army. So. Fair dues. Fair dues. Okay. I'm probably going to end up choosing a similar direction of light. So... see if we can sort this tactical rock out. Tactical rock around. It's the most tactical of the rocks. Tactical rock around. Are you a tactical rock? I am a tactical rock. But I need to think about this more. I'm starting to just pull a bits in and I don't think this is going to work how I want it to. I need to think this rock through more. Tactical rock is not very tactical right now.
what's the army going to do to the binmen? Shoot them? No, the binmen in Birmingham are currently on strike, and so it's been so long that essentially I think the council kind of declared a state of emergency, and they brought the army in to take the rubbish away. Like the images of how much like rubbish was piling up was wild. It was crazy amounts of rubbish just piled up in the streets. So yes, they did not bring the army in to do anything to the binmen. They brought them in to deal with the rubbish. So Parliament is... Now, we're not going to go too deep down this rabbit hole. Because we don't do politics on this channel. But no. But yeah, I get the joke. According to the news, the country here has had only 20% of its usual amount of rain since the 1st of January. Driest year since 1881. I don't know how dry this country's been, but I know I saw a headline saying we were going to be the... I know I said we had like a thing saying it was going to be the hottest March on record, I think. I don't know if they've said anything about rainfall. I mean, we've had some, like, the way it's kind of worked near me is we've kind of had a lot of rain. Like, we've had like a really hot day, then a load of rain the next day, and then we've had a really hot day to follow that, and then a load of rain again. In fact, I'm kind of surprised we've not had kind of like a thunderstorm going off or anything. It feels like ideal thunder weather for some of that. Although today looks very dry. Yeah, looks very dry. And here's Squire with the forecast. Yes, it's dry. That's my forecast. It's dry right now. It's a very in-depth forecast.
Now, let's all have a cup of tea.
Indeed, hydrate. Everyone hydrate. Everyone, not just me. Oh, actually, oh god, I forgot I had this here. I've got a lovely pint of sarsaparilla. Is that? Oh, sorry, you were saying thumbs. Yeah, pint of beef tea. No, we were talking about this before. I feel like it's a bit too warm for beef tea, so I had some sarsaparilla instead. Wait. Why did that not... You? Wait. Hold on. Did I... Oh my god, can I not tell the difference between those two? Because that could be a problem. Oh, yeah. Okay. You've already given your directions. Directions to go and enjoy the vodka. Top left of island. That's very descriptive. But also, don't dox yourself on the internet. Although, do you know what? That must be a really tricky thing, right? Without getting into your actual address, Lord Ilston. You, being that you do like the holiday home stuff, do you ever look at streams? Do you like, if you ever get into these kind of conversations on streams, have you ever actually advertised through a stream, or have you kind of taken the view of, Like, do you get, or does like the holiday home business get enough business from just existing and being top notch at what it does? Because I suppose that seems like that must be like a weird scenario to be in. Because, like, you know, like when people are in chat and stuff, like it's always like a common thing, isn't it? Of like, don't advertise where you live. Whereas, like, you're kind of there with like the family is kind of like, but that's what we do for a living. We advertise where we live, and we want people to come here for money. So, does that ever seem like a bit of like a strange thing to you? Because kind of like you see all these people like going, "Hey, don't say where you live," and you're like, "I say where I live all the time because, you know, I want to rent properties out." And before you say it, Lord Ilston, I know you don't directly do the holiday homes. I know you don't do them directly, but obviously that, you know, if someone went to the holiday homes, they're very likely to bump into you. Or maybe they're not. Maybe you absolutely hide and just, if anyone's there, you just don't come out. Stream as a reality TV show. Life at Elston Manor. I'll narrate it. There you go. Immediately, before anyone else volunteers, I'll narrate it. I want to be like that guy who does the narration for the Big Brother house. Lady Ilston. Just Lord Ilston. Lord Ilston comes to the diary room to complain that he's been given more chores for a job he doesn't want to do. He's just sat there in the big chair. He's like, here you go. He's come into the diary room and he's just like, well, Bearded Squire, I've come here to tell you that I am not a farmer, but Lady Ilston keeps giving me tasks that are very like farming, and I don't like it. And then I've just got to like do a talk over at the time and just be like, well, the task allows you to win, and it allows you to get food for the week, and also not to have to sleep in the barn. No, I know, Bearded Squire, but I don't want to do the task. Like, I work all day on my actual job, and then I come back here, and I'm expected to work the farm, and I'm supposed to go and pick people up and bring them to the holiday homes, and it's just, I'm doing 5 jobs at the same time. Well, this is all because, Lord Ilston, at one point, you said that you actually had a favourite daughter, and I know this because you made me say it on stream and you got into trouble. And that's how I envisage it going. Just we'll have to give him a Big Brother chair, and then I'll talk to him every now and then. Be an absolute riot. Absolute riot. Lady Elson doesn't allow you to sully your hands with money. I just wanted to go outside at some point. No, you will stay inside. You will stay inside. You will not go anywhere. Don't you go try and talk to the people. Lord Ilston's just there going, but I just wanted to say hello. No, you are not allowed to say hello to people. But how am I supposed to pick them up from the airport? Here's a sign with their name on it. You don't say anything to them. I don't know what I'm doing with this rock. I'm kind of putting bits on the rock. I don't really like it. I don't really like how this rock's turning out. I think I'm gonna have to do more on it. I might
And when I say more on it, I feel like almost like I might need to start again. I'm not enjoying the result of this rockage. Oh, actually, that reminds me. I need to ping. Ooh. I don't know if this is helping or not. I think it's helping. I've kind of like, this is meant to be this is a left-handed brace, but I've kind of made it on my right hand. I think it's helping, so I'm going to carry on. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Whoop, 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 whoop. The picture becoming more about a rock. No, it's just the rock needs to happen. The rock needs to happen. This is the downside of this kind of thing, is you have to put time into everything, Lord Elston. Time has to go in for everything.
Is this how art works? It's how my art works. It's how my art works. I don't know. Dude, I make most of this up as I go along. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it's probably just because I've done it wrong. That's how it goes. The rock is the muse. The figure is just a bit of fluff and decoration. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm taking the hint. You guys want me to move on from the rock? I see. I see. We're not a fan of Sean Connery. Got it. Got it. Got it. It's your stream, Squire. Don't let us bully you. I'm reasonably certain. I think Thumbs. That's mostly what streaming is about. I don't think it's about me doing what I want to do. I think it's about doing what other people want me to do. Because otherwise they just will stop watching. And do you know what? Do you know what, Thumbs? If we're going down that route, as long as the bits keep flying, I don't, you know, it's to a certain degree, it's fine. To a certain degree, it's fine. He's caught between a rock and an art plate. Well done. Well done. Well done. Well done. In fact, I'll tell you what. The other pin today was a joke. This one could be a joke too. There you go. You can have that pinned. That can be pinned. It's like, you know when like your parents, you know that thing with like your parents, they'd pin stuff to the fridge. That's like pinning stuff in chat. It's like pinning stuff to the fridge. So I mean, it's looking a little bit. I'm a little bit happier with it now. It's kind of done a bit of the blending. It's still going to take a bit more work, but I appreciate. Apparently, I spent too long on the rock. We can move away from the rock. We don't have to. We don't have to spend more time on the rock. We can come back to the rock another day because we have time. We have time to come back to the rock another day. The resting sand. So I thought it was this.
background sand. Okay. Okay, so so that's already, yeah. So that's already on the lightest. So if I go with that. And so this sand, which this is all not one piece. It's not all one piece. So back to tell you what, let's hide tactical rock for a minute. Ooh, Critter does not like that blending tool, so let's never use that one again. Let's use the blending tool it copes with a bit better, shall we? So we're also going to have, so this dude's obviously coming out the sand, so I'm going to have a separate layer of kind of like how he's coming out the sand, but this sand at least I can show where it's going to be happening. And then this mid-ground sand. So the sun is coming down, sun is coming down this way. And actually most of this will probably be, because most of it's facing away, so actually most of it probably be that way around. I appreciate there's a base that we'll worry about whatever happens with this base after. Now I just kind of want to get some dunes going on to give at least an impression of the direction these things are going. I think I'm gonna have to put a bit of that other sandy colour in because we're doing a bit of the shaping. Just because then it helps the blending. So let's get that down there. And then let's grab that.
Back from walk. Nice, Max. Nice. Choice of not wearing shorts was a mistake. Oh dear. Oh dear. Well, at least you're in a location now where you can deal with such a situation in a respectable manner. 28 degrees outside. 24 degrees outside here. Inside is 26 and a half. Do you know what? We're actually, normally this room is a lot warmer than outside. So actually that's good to see. Yeah, 24 degrees outside here. Dust and the big thermometer in the yard is showing you 17 degrees. That is cooler. It is indeed cooler. Where's my worm? I've lost my worm. So the worm is going to be around... 4 o'clock. Damn. Okay. Right. Okay. I don't actually know if I'm streaming tonight. I don't know if I'm supposed to be over with Rook doing V Rising. I tell you what, we're going to give it a little bit more time, because I think there's a chance that Rook's not streaming tonight, which normally I would wrap up so I can take a little bit of a break. I might leave it a little bit longer. See if he shows up in chat. And yeah, if he's not streaming, then yeah, we can carry on a little bit longer. The only thing I'm conscious of is obviously this hand is already quite in a bit of the pains. This hand's in a bit of the pains, but this hand seems to be all right, and this is the main hand. So, you know, it's all okay. It's all okay.
Cheeky.
So yeah, we'll see. Join the vampire. Yeah. Sponsor, thank you very much for the for more bits. Thank you very much for more bits. Are you number one? Yes. 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 In the last 30 days, you are indeed top cheerer. You are indeed top cheerer in the last 30 days. Thank you very much for your support. Much appreciated. And Dan, yeah. So that's what I was saying before. Was Rook? Me and Rook were talking about a game we were going to co-op, and he offered to purchase me Vampire V Rising thingy. So we were playing it on Tuesday night, and we're probably gonna do some more of it at some point. I just I don't know when. Right now, because I say I'm not actually. I feel like towards the end of his stream last night, I think he said something about he might not actually be streaming, but he seemed a little unsure. So I don't know. So we might be doing more Vampire Rising tonight. V Rising Vampire. And it's not entirely wrong saying Vampire Rising, but it's not the name of the game. It's just the premise of the game. I know very little about that game though. Like this is my first foray into it, which is probably obvious by the fact I said I didn't own it up until then. You're a bit obsessed with V. Are you streaming V? Are you streaming V, or are you just like, is that just one that you like playing offline? sorry, I went back to the rock, didn't I? Without actually intending to, I went back to the rock. I apologise. Everyone wanted to not look at the rock anymore. Here's me. Here's me just rocking it out. So... Stream confirmed. Oh wait, hang on. Noise. Right. I'm not on Rook's stream tonight. Rook's not streaming. There you go. So while it wouldn't have been at the same time anyway, if you're looking at things to watch on Twitch later this evening, at about 10 o'clock UK time, Dan will be over on Twitch. He'll be twitching stuff. You could go watch him. And if you really want to, you could call him Skaven Daddy, because we're going to turn that into a thing now. I don't know if I want this cloak this colour. Don't know if I want this cloak this colour. Like, I've started going with it thinking, ooh, it could be like a sandy colour, so that it would fit. But I don't think that actually fits with the movie, does it? I just kind of started doing a sandy colour because I was thinking, oh, then they could hide. You know, they could use their cloak for camouflage. But now that I'm doing it, I'm questioning whether that's a good choice. Am I making good life choices making this cloak the same colour as the sand? The still suit is not going to be sand colour. The still suit is going to be more like the movies, kind of like a bluey grey is kind of what I want to go for with the still suit. Works very well as multiplayer, but it's still very playable soloable. I am intrigued that you have said that. Dan, you streamed 1.0, but they gave you DLC codes. So is that... So that's why you're playing it now, right? So you played it before, right? I thought maybe you'd seen it, like, pop up on the Steam sales and stuff. I see. I see. Because, yeah, we were talking about it earlier in the week, and there was a few people saying that it was very not solo-friendly. And, like, it wasn't just, like, one person. There was a few people saying it was very not solo-friendly. So that's interesting, because, like, it seems to just be a bit of a split. I've had some people say that it's very solo, and I've had some people say it's very not solo. Maybe. Do you know what? Actually, I think I might keep this. I might keep this cloak. I might do this with the cloak. I'm thinking I quite like how much of a contrast it is against the still suit. So I think I might keep this going. Yeah, I'm thinking I might keep this going because I think I like how much of a stark contrast this is.
think this could work. I think this could work with... Yeah. Yeah, yeah, I think this could work. Okay. You can do it solo, but the bosses reset when you die. So doing it with a group is more tactical. Oh, so like if one of the people dies in the boss fight, like as long as the other person or people stay alive, the people who died have time to come back. We won't stream until 5 because it's been a full day. It's been a full day arting. So I'm still going to kind of wrap up relatively soon. We'll be wrapping up at like past. Because I don't want to get to a point where I fuck up my hand again like last year, because that was really not good. Just from a streaming point of view, just from a general existence point of view, it was not a good time. So we will still wrap up at 4:30 because it's been a long streaming day, a long art day. Sorry, not a long streaming day. It's a regular streaming day. Tomorrow we will do some more art. I don't know for exactly how long we will do more art tomorrow, but we'll do more. We'll do more art tomorrow. I just don't know exactly how much, but I am liking the idea of just getting a lot of this out. You know, if I can get a lot of like the base out for this today, that would be awesome.
Yeah. You started doing weights for your wrists. I did weights for my wrists at one point. Yeah. I haven't done. I mean, to be fair, I haven't done weights in general for a long time, so I need to get back into that. You know, I'm kind of tempted to do 2 variations. Also, that looks cool as fuck. That looks cool as hell. I really like... There's something about highlights when they're on a layer that they're not meant to be on that just really... I really enjoy. But anyway. But yeah, I am going to be... I do want to get a lot more art stuff done, but I'm also going to try and just be, you know... Because like when I messed up my hand last year, I think I was kind of out, really... with doing artwork for put me out for months. Like it really like while it wasn't like super bad for the whole of it, it put I think I would comfortably say fucking up my wrist last year like set back the art streams. I reckon it set it back probably like 6 months. So I really don't want to do that again. Because like the thing was, even when it got good, even when it kind of was, you know, like feeling better, I was so kind of like nervous of messing it up again that I wasn't really pushing the art as much as I should have been, or as much as, more importantly, as much as I wanted to, because I was like very concerned about just fucking up my wrist again. So I definitely don't want to do that. Well, whatever way, whatever we feel, whether we feel there was too much rockage, if there was too much rockage on this, whatever. But I think it's safe to say, based on the start of stream today, progress has been made. Much progress. Much progress has been made. So that's great. What was this page for? Nothing important. Let's get rid of that. We've saved that. Let's close that down. Let's close that down. Let's close that down. Are we closing down? Critter? Are you still here? Are you? There we go. Thank you. Okay. Let's just give it a minute. Just give it a minute. Right. Put that over there. Tomorrow is Friday. We've talked about tomorrow, haven't we? We've already done that. Nothing, no streamings from me on anyone's channel tonight. We've done that. Let's flick ourselves over to hello. You don't need weights, you just go pee. God. Terrible. Anyway. Okay. I might have to go and get myself just a right-handed brace, because using a left-handed one did work, but it's obviously not the right way to do it. What else? I think that's everything we've kind of got to say. So yeah, we'll do art tomorrow. Probably not for the whole day, because because people still want to see some games going on. So we'll get some more Star Trekker in, either early to mid afternoon. We'll switch over to Star Trekker. Yeah, that's cool. So that is all of that. Frankly, that's everything. So before obviously we do the standard outro stuff, guys, thank you very much for all the support today from everyone. We got follows, we got bits, we got a fucking game, we got all of those things. I appreciate all of it. We're still keeping this thing on the road somehow. We're still going. I don't know for how much longer, but we're still going. So yeah, that's all super appreciated. It's all super kind, and I thank you very much. Yeah. So oh god, there's an ad break. An ad break has just begun. Well, we're clearly going to wait for the end of the ad break. Has anyone got a question you want answering within the next 2 minutes? Because we've got time. We've got time if you want a question answering in the next 1 minute 30. There you go. I'm going to drink some of this while we wait for that. Remember, hydrate. Hydrate, especially with us going through a little bit of a heat wave right now. Don't get caught out by it. Squire GPT answering all questions. Indeed, yes. Maybe I have thought about this on and off. Like, should we ever just do like an AMA? The only problem is I feel like doing an Ask Me Anything, someone's going to take it too far. But it could be entertaining. Because it doesn't have to be about me, does it? It's just an Ask Me Anything. Like, you could just be like, hey, ask me about my opinion on beans with Marmite. And I'd be like, I don't know anything about beans and Marmite. But it could be entertaining. We could like do that as like the second half of Fridays. Just asking me random questions. We could see where they go. We got 20 seconds of adverts to go. And then we'll do the proper thing. We'll do the proper bit. Baked beans or runner beans? Baked beans. But actually, sorry, no. Do you know what, Thumbs? Depends on what it's with, isn't it? If it's just on its own, then it's baked beans. It's baked beans if it's on its own. Runner beans. I was about to say runner beans if it's with gravy, but baked beans go quite well with gravy as well. So, what a weird thing to come out. If people have just come out of adverts, that's going to sound really weird. Baked bean. The adverts stopped right on me saying, but you know what? Baked beans with gravy is quite good as well. So no one knows what the other thing was with the baked beans. Unless they were reading chat and then they know exactly what it was. Yeah, but like I do like runner beans. Runner beans are nice, but I think they are low. Maybe we could do this. This is another thing. Actually, do you know what? Before we do wrap up, this is questions that I want to ask people. Do you want different type of content on this channel? As in, because I watch quite a myriad of content on the internet, and some of it I sometimes think, would people like me to do it or would they not like me to do it? But you know, like people do things like tier lists. When people do tier lists, would you guys find that entertaining and interesting? Like if we did, like, you know, food sides tier list of, you know, like baked beans would be on there, runner beans would be on there, broccoli would be on there, so would sprouts. So, you know, would those kind of things entertain you if we did a tier list thing? Because we could always do that. That could be like a thing we do for like the last hour on a Friday. Bovril. I mean, Bovril is what would we, where would we do? Do you know what? Actually, Bovril would go on a hot drinks tier list, wouldn't it? Which I'd really upset some people because of where tea would go on the tier list. Like that would probably upset people. But it was something I was thinking of. It's something I've been thinking of for a while, is maybe doing some other things. Like one of the other things I don't watch very often, but I do see other people do, is, you know, like when people do like reaction stuff. Now, I'm not necessarily proposing to do that because I feel like that would have to be a whole stream, and I just don't know if I'd want to do that for a whole stream. But like things I could fit into like the last hour on a Friday, like tier list things. I'm thinking about branching out, maybe as just some extra content that could possibly then also go onto the YouTube bit as well. But if anyone's got any ideas on stuff they like, if anyone's got any stuff on stuff you like, you know, I appreciate if you don't recommend it, you probably don't like it. But if there's any kind of content that you watch that you'd like to see me do, let me know, because I'm thinking about doing extra bits. Just more than anything, I'm thinking about doing these things just to see how they poll, just see if they work or not. It's not necessarily we do them forever. Just do it and let the stats speak themselves. Do it for 2 months of review. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm thinking of. I mean, but I also don't want to, like, you know, if there's also stuff that people just do not like, you know, like we got 2 people there. They don't like, they're not a big fan on the reaction stuff, so I'm probably not even going to test it. I'm not going to test the reaction stuff, but if people find things like tier listings funny, we could do that. We talk about food all the time, so what's the difference? Because it would be a tier list a little bit. It would be a specific tier list. So yeah. But anyway, that was just a quick end of stream thought. Have a think yourselves. Need to do a cake tier list. Okay, maybe we do tier lists. Maybe we do tier lists just to see if they entertain people or not. I'll have a think. We probably won't do it tomorrow, but we might do that soon, because I'll try and think of some. I'll try and think of some tier lists that we could do on the end of Fridays, just as a bit of a wrap up to the week. But yes, anyway, right. That's all of that. So, if you have been here, thank you very much. If you have been talking in chat, thank you even more. Thank you very much for all the bits today and all the other stuff, all the stuff today. Thank you very much. I've told you where I'll be. So whatever you choose to do with the rest of your day, I hope that you have a fantastic time. And until I next see you, until then, goodbye. I completely fluffed that exit. She started singing already. Now it just feels a bit awkward. Feels a bit awkward because I didn't time that. I timed that so badly. That went so wrong. That was really shit. Stop. 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 We're doing that again. We're doing that again. That went so... The problem... Do you know what? I'm putting full blame for that on Thumbs.
Okay, because just as I was about to say goodbye, Thumb's little message came through, and I was like, shit, I need to read that because it's from Thumbs, and Thumbs is important. And then I realized it was about Jaffa cakes, and I was like, Jaffa cakes are important, but they probably could have waited till next stream. But, you know, here we are. So there we go. So, yeah, there's a reaction part of whether a Jaffa cake is a cake or a biscuit. That's true. Whether it goes on the cake tier list, maybe Jaffa cakes need to go on both, or we get into the whole thing of, you know, was it just a tax thing? Was it just to get round taxes that we did the whole cake or biscuit thing? But, you know, there you go. Look, you got an extra 30 seconds of bearded. Let's try this again. Let's try this again. Guys, everyone, lock in. Lock in. We're doing the ending now. We're doing the ending. We'll talk about tier lists tomorrow. We've got a whole 8 hours to talk about tier lists tomorrow. So, if you've been here, thank you very much. If you've been talking in chat, thank you even more. Thank you very much for everyone who donated and did all kind of things today. I've told you where I'll be. So whatever you choose to do with the rest of your day, I hope that you have a fantastic time. And until I next see you, till then, goodbye.
Gather round and hear the tale unfold of two young men so strong, so bold.
Fucking nailed it. Nailed that ending.
They carved their path, they made their name. In their youth they fought the dead, blades in hand the streets ran red. Relentless hordes, the night was black, yet side by side they drove them back. Then to the dunes beneath twin suns, where swarms of claws and war begun. Arachnid waves, a ruthless fight, still they stood proving their might. Back to back, through fire and storm, barley brew brothers, swords and sworn. Across the stars, through war and flame, they carved their path, they made their name. Automaton factories where war drums